Hey, everybody. Glad to be with you here tonight. Should be yet another great one of our late night conversations. I am looking forward to it. A lot to talk about, as always. Good things in the works. I'm feeling groovy, feeling good. And you should be too, because great things are ahead. The good time is coming. Let's do it.
Spoken of the American century. I say that the century on which we are entering can be and must be the century of the common man.
A radical redistribution of economic power.
I mean, we know that racism is a byproduct of capitalism. Everything would be all right if everything was put back in the hands of the people.
We need a government that will make sure Americans are taken care of and organize the economy to serve the people, not the profits of a wealthy few.
We now have the techniques and the resources to get rid of poverty.
We got to start getting out there with the people.
Get out of the movement and get to the masses.
We need a government of action.
Welcome, everybody. I am so glad to be here with all of you tonight. Now, the way these streams work is I give my opening remarks, which is whatever it is that I'm going to talk about for tonight. And as I'm giving those remarks, the super chats and rumble rants that people are sending in because they want me to address them in the second half of the show are trickling in. So if you got something you want me to talk about in the second half of the show, send in a super chat or a rumble rant. If you're on Rumble, it's a rumble rant. If you're on YouTube, it's a super chat. And then after I give my opening remarks, then we do a roll call where we find out who's watching, names and locations. And that's always really fun because we have such a great community of people from many different parts of the world and different parts of the United States tuning in. That's always awesome. And then after that, the rest of the show is me answering your questions. So my encouragement to you is to send some good questions, get me talking in the second half of the show. A couple announcements that we do have. The big announcement that I just can't emphasize enough because it is big. We are having a big event for Donald Trump's inauguration in Washington, D.C. The Center for Political Innovation is setting up shop. We got a hotel ballroom just a couple blocks from the White House, Hilton Garden Inn on 14th Street. And there will be free food for those who come. And we're talking good food too, like filet mignon, salmon. You know, it'll be for the first 100 people. We will have free food. There's going to be music and speeches, and it'll be just an opportunity to get to know our organization. Garland Nixon's going to be there. Jamal Thomas is going to be there. It's going to be awesome. It's going to be great. Lee Stranahan is going to be there. Peter Coffin is going to be there. I'll be there. We got Brian, who's going to be our musician playing music, and it's just going to be a great night. You don't want to miss it. So I would encourage you to attend our event for the inauguration in Washington, D.C. If you plan to come, please do us a favor and register ahead of time so we can plan on you being there. It's really great. My wife is making shirts, with Trump and Kim shaking hands on them for everyone that comes, and we're going to give people books, and it's going to be awesome. It's really, really going to be awesome. And we're really, 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 did I say really? We're really excited about Inauguration Day in Washington, D.C. It's going to be effing awesome. It's going to be effing sweet in the Family Guy terminology. So register if you're going to come. See you in Washington, D.C. on Inauguration Day. Another thing, and this is an interesting one. I didn't ever would have occurred to me to do this, but I think it's a great idea. So as you all know, our organization is called the Center for Political Innovation. This is us, CPI. Well, we have memberships, and at this point, we have quite a few people that are members. And it was floated at the last meeting that we ought to let people become members for free for their first month to see if they like it or not. Because it's really exciting. And we're doing so much this month with the inauguration and getting ready for our workshop in Minnesota and all of that, that we ought to give people the opportunity to become members of CPI, to come to CPI planning meetings, to be part of the community for free for 1 month to see if they like it. And then if not, they can cancel their membership. The first month of CPI membership free. Now, I was a little bit skeptical when I heard the idea, but everyone seemed to like it. So now the offer is on the table. You can become a CPI member for free for the first month. If you go to this link, right? You have to go to this link. If you sign up with the regular link, you're going to be paying. But with this link, you can become a CPI member with your first month free to try it out. And if you don't like it, come the end of the month, you can cancel your membership and not get charged. That's the new offer that we are putting out there. So you can become a CPI member for free. I'm dropping the link in the Rumble chat, dropping the link in the YouTube chat. Here it is. So, hey, we'll see. I mean, maybe that's what people want to do, is they want to, they don't want to miss out on our exciting events. They want to find out how we work, how we plan our meetings, what the atmosphere is like when we get together, etc. So we now have this option of becoming a CPI member for free for the first month. So please consider it. Other than that, we're doing the show just like always, where I give my opening remarks, and then from there, I answer your super chat questions for the rest of the night. So if you've got something you would like me to talk about in the second half of our show, all you need to do is send a super chat or a Rumble rant, and I spend the second half of the show answering your questions. So send them in. First opening remarks, then the roll call, then the rest of the show is me answering your questions. So send in any questions that you have. All right, well, here we go. I'm just going to start with my opening remarks. A lot of wild things are happening. I don't know if you saw, but the Prime Minister of Canada, Justin Trudeau, has resigned. Now, I didn't see that coming. I don't follow Canadian politics very closely, but I did not expect that this would occur. And the reason that it has occurred, apparently, is because Donald Trump's administration is coming in and wants to negotiate the trade relationship between the United States and Canada, and is doing so in a way that is going to significantly weaken the Canadian leadership, and Trump is going to drive a hard bargain in his dealing with Canada. And because of that, Justin Trudeau says he's done. He's finished. Now, this is very interesting to me. I find this very interesting. And then there was a tweet from Donald Trump that almost hinted that Canada would be better off if it was part of the United States. And this is all very interesting. It looks like tariffs are going to be a very big part of Trump's incoming administration. And my position on tariffs is that they can be good in some instances, and they can be bad in other instances. And I think each tariff should be taken in and of itself. I don't think they're inherently bad, but I also don't think that they're inherently good. Some of them could be significantly damaging, and some of them could be beneficial. For example, it seems to me like this disagreement between the United States and Canada is rooted in the fact that to some degree or other, the United States economically props up Canada's economy for geostrategic reasons. Canada is a U.S. and British aligned country in our hemisphere, in our North American continent, and to some degree or other, we economically prop them up. And Donald Trump is thinking, we don't really need to do that anymore. Donald Trump is more concerned about the domestic economy than he is about maintaining the global imperialist financial system. For the same reason, he's threatened to make NATO members pay for weapons, etc. And so he's just not as committed to being a team player for the global imperialist system. And so, because he wants to boost the profits of American domestic manufacturers, it's not about bringing jobs back. Don't fall into the illusion this is about bringing jobs back. That is, come on now. It's about boosting the profits of domestic manufacturers at the expense of international relationships and the overall NATO apparatus. He's decided he's going to push a hard bargain with Canada. I'm not surprised by Trump doing this, and honestly, I'm not vehemently opposed to it either. I am concerned about the tariffs against China. The idea of imposing insane tariffs against China, I think, is a huge mistake because of the fact that China represents a big chunk of the rising new BRICS economy around the world. And that rising new BRICS economy is the future. And the more we cut ourselves off from that economy, the more that we are going to be economically screwed as a country. China has raised 800 million people out of poverty. They're electrifying big chunks of Africa. They're taking big parts of Eurasia and Central Asia and building them up with the China-Pakistan Economic Corridor and the Shanghai Cooperation Organization. And we can either get in on this action, or we can be very, very, very stupid and try to just defeat this new economy. And I'm going to spend tonight's live stream explaining to you all why there is this division and what's really going on. Because when it really gets down to it, economics is at the center of all of this. I no longer call myself a socialist or a communist, namely because my whole interest in socialism and communism was always centered on economics. And socialist and communist politics in America has nothing to do with economics and has become nothing but a disgusting culture war, a disgusting, spiritual, satanic, libidinal, I don't know what you want to call it. Communism in America has nothing to do with economics. I'm interested in economics. I believe in economic growth. That is the center of what I believe in. And in the United States, on the left and the right, we are both taught bull honky about economics. On the right, we are taught that growth magically happens with the free market. We're taught that the free market is just magic and just magically creates growth. That's not true. And in fact, the government, even to continue growth for the richest of the rich, has created all kinds of mechanisms to prevent monopolistic stagnation with antitrust laws, to prop up the economy by pumping money in and out with the Federal Reserve Bank, which is a complete ripoff of the American taxpayer. We should have a national bank, and that's a whole nother story. But even the Federal Reserve only exists to prop up. I mean, the idea that the magical free market just creates endless growth, that's not true. That's what the right wing believes. The left wing believes that growth is bad, that economic growth is bad. And that's what the left wing believes. Well, they're both wrong. Economic growth is a very, very, very good thing. Economic growth is good. It's good to have more than you already had. It's good for your income to go up. It's good for spending to go up. It's good for living standards to go up. It's good for people to rise out of poverty. It's good for the life expectancy to expand. It's good for the population to increase. It's good for the birth rate to increase. All these things are good. Human beings are the source of all wealth. And when human beings are living long, healthy, prosperous lives, they produce more wealth and everyone does better. And when you have less people in the world, that means less wealth is being generated. That's not good, right? Economic growth is good, is very, very good. You will not create economic growth with cutting, which is austerity economics, which is what libertarian Ludwig von Mises economics really is in its essence. It is the belief that somehow you can cut your way into economic growth, which you can't do. And you will not create economic growth with destruction, with degrowth, with false scarcity or forced scarcity, which is what the so-called left wants to do. That's fascist economics, degrowth. You cannot create growth by impoverishing people. You know, it's a mechanism for artificially stabilizing the economy with mass destruction, reduction of consumption, etc. You can't have more by having less. That's not the way the world works. And on the right, they think you can have more by having less if we just cut government spending, cut state intervention, and just, you know, end all the subsidies and government programs and lay off all the government workers. That doesn't create economic growth. On the left, they think you can have more by having less because we just make everyone poor and it's better for the environment and more is better and it's just happier and smaller is better. And that's wrong too. That is not true either. You can't have more by having less. You just can't. That's just not how the world works. 2 + 2 = 4. And if you subtract 2 from 4, you get 2, which is less than 4. And you don't get more by subtracting. That's just not how reality works. And less is not better. And there is not limited resources in the world. There is limits of some resources. Absolutely. If we were still heating our homes with firewood and charcoal, we would have deforested the planet 3-4 times over. That's true, right? There's only so much wood in this world. And if we were all still living as Haitians do, you go to Haiti, an underdeveloped, impoverished country. How do people in Haiti live? They burn firewood, right? They burn wood, they heat their homes with charcoal, etc. And yes, if we were all living on the technological level that Haitians live and we were burning wood in order to live, we would have deforested the planet a long time ago. But we don't do that. We burn coal. We burn natural gas. We have electrical heating. There are far more energy sources out there. And yes, if we were still, using wood to heat our homes, we would have deforested the planet. And yes, if we just stay on oil until the end of time, we will eventually run out of oil. If we just stay on fossil fuels, oil and natural gas until the end of time, yeah, we'll run out of it eventually. But that's not how humanity works. The whole history of the human race is constantly reinventing our relationship with nature. That's the amazing thing about humanity. We constantly reinvent our relationship with nature to be more productive, to raise productive forces, to increase the population, to increase our life expectancy, etc. The nature of humanity is growth. That's the nature of humanity. And the only way we can have more is by having more. And we're constantly improving our ability as human beings to have more. And that's the nature of humanity. And every so often, we get to a point where the way that our economic system works gets constipated. I mean, there's no other way to put it. We have, with our productive ability, outstripped the economic political order that we live in. The first example of that in human history was hunter-gatherer civilization. Right? Hunter-gatherer civilization is the overwhelming majority of human existence. For hundreds of thousands of years, we human beings were hunting and gathering, and it was fine. And we had a life expectancy of like 25, and there weren't very many of us. There might have been only 1 million humans on the whole planet. But we hunted animals and we gathered fruits and nuts, and we lived for about 25 years tops, and there were not that many of us. But, that was how we lived. But we're smart. We human beings are smart. And after thousands and thousands of years, we figured out how to hunt and gather really damn good. Really, really damn good. We figured out how to hunt and gather. We developed spears to hunt with, to kill those animals. We didn't have to choke the animals we killed. We could hit them with spears. We got rocks to hit the animals over the head with, kill them. We figured out the patterns of how plants grew. So during the lead up to the winter, we could stock up on those fruits and nuts we were gathering. We figured out ways to hunt and gather that were very, very efficient. And we did it because we wanted to have a bigger life expectancy. We wanted to live a more comfortable life. We wanted to have more children. We wanted our people to live more. It made perfect sense. But we got so good at hunting and gathering that we ran out of animals. We ran out of animals, and we ran out of fruits and nuts to gather. Oops. What happened? What did we do? What did we do at that point? Well, what we did was we said, you know what? We can grow our own food. And we can raise and domesticate animals. We can raise cows for milking. We can raise, chickens for eating and for eggs. And we can grow our own food. And so we changed our mode of production. We went from hunting and gathering to agriculture. And once we did that, everything had to change, because when we hunted and gathered, we had tribes that were communal or communistic, where no one was exploiting anybody else, and we all just kind of lived off each other, and we kind of relied on each other to survive. And then with the origin of hunter-gatherer civilization, we ultimately had to develop private property and land, and we had to keep track of whose kid was whose kid. So we developed the family, right? And that out of this change in the mode of production, a new economic system emerged, and a new political system emerged, and that society changed because we were constipated. We were so good at hunting and gathering, we had to adopt a new mode of production in order to grow, because that's the nature of mankind, is to grow. Well, we're at a similar spot in human history. We are constipated once again. Our ability to grow is up against a wall. And I will spend this live stream explaining to you why it is that we are up against a wall and what to do about it. And I am so thankful that my life took some unique twists and turns where I ended up learning this stuff, because this knowledge that I have is really essential in order to understand how the world is working. And it's not very common. In fact, it's quite rare. I am right now laying out our edition of this book. I think it's is it over there? Of the book Fascism and Social Revolution by R. Palm Dutt. And it's a book written during the Great Depression that basically explains the Great Depression and the rise of fascism around the world as a result of the fundamental problems that I'm about to get into tonight. And these fundamental problems, they didn't go away in the Great Depression. There was a big, ugly war in which, every major city in Western Europe was destroyed, in which, millions and millions and millions of people died. And, every industrial country in the world except the United States was bombed and destroyed. As a result, the economy rebooted temporarily, but the problem is still there. And the problem is this. The problem is that we are never paid enough to buy back what we produce. And it is a basic mathematical problem. We live in the only system in history where people become hungry because there is too much food, where people become homeless because there are too many houses, where abundance creates poverty. And this is the fundamental problem of the so-called free market. This is the fundamental problem of our global economic system. And the dying Western financial system cannot overcome this problem. And it's pretty obvious if you look at what's happening in our world today that it's based on this problem. Now, I'm going to show this clip because Peter Coffin, he saw me talk about this at a conference that we had, a CPI convention, and he made this short clip. And I'm going to show this short clip. It's called Socialist Math, where I explain this fundamental problem. And that's one way of explaining it, but I'm going to explain it in some other ways here too, because this problem that I'm getting at, nobody talks about it. but it's really the essence of where we're at right now. It's why Eurasia is rising while the West is falling. It's why it's essential to understand. And if you don't understand this, you're not going to get it. And the fact, well, I'll get into more later. But anyway, this is the first explanation of this problem. I'll explain it in other ways on this stream, but here we go. Explain what needs to be explained, what used to be considered Marxism 101, about why it is that our Western capitalist economy is crashing and burning. And in order to do that, I'm going to have to do some math. And I hate math. Do you know why I hate math? Because I grew up in America. I went to public school in the United States of America, so I am going to, at risk of embarrassing myself, because math was never my best subject, I am going to do some mathematics here on the board for you to explain the problem.
I very much enjoyed Caleb's speech.
So if you are creating a product, right, if you're a factory owner, you're making a product, you are going to need the material through which that product is made, the manufacturing materials. So that'll be A.
The simple equation you put forward to explain the crisis of overproduction and the falling rate of profit.
And you're probably going to need to transport the product to where it's sold. That's B.
It broke down where your money goes.
You're also going to have to pay your labor costs. Labor costs are represented by C.
Explanations of those concepts that people are able to understand.
Then when consumers purchase the product, they're going to pay a final price. And that final price is D. However, there's a problem with that.
I like the fact that he framed it that way to make it very clear.
Which is that the capitalist can't change how much A costs. He can't change how much B costs. So the profit of the capitalist can only be extracted from the value put into it by the worker. And this is the basis of Marxism, the understanding of surplus value.
I've never seen it explained so simply anywhere. I've never been able to explain it that simply.
So C, the labor value, is divided. You have C1, which is what the worker actually gets paid. And then you have C2, which is the profit that the capitalist makes. And it all adds up to D, which is the final cost of the product. Now, the way people in the United States who talk about Marxism generally talk about this is they say, well, this is unfair. They say the worker is not getting paid the full value of his labor. But they're missing one of the most important points, which is not just that it's unfair and then people argue, well, what about the employer? He put up the money, doesn't he deserve to be? That's all a distraction. Because the important thing to understand is this. C1 is always going to be less than D. The wages paid out to the worker are never enough to buy back the product that he produces. There is always more products created than there are wages paid out to the worker. And this is the built-in problem of capitalism, the problem of overproduction. And it is always there in the capitalist economy. It never goes away. And they have invented all kinds of crazy mechanisms to try and deal with the problem of overproduction. Part of the reason that the US government has purchased billions and billions of dollars worth of cheese only to bury it in a cave in Springfield, Missouri, is to deal with this problem. It is an ongoing present problem, and it's a problem acknowledged by most capitalist economists. John Maynard Keynes said the problem was underconsumption rather than overproduction, but he was pointing to the same problem. The military-industrial complex in the United States is an effort to deal with this problem, to keep spending going. There's all kinds of mechanisms that they've invented to try and resolve this problem, but it gets worse. What is the capitalist always trying to do? He wants to maximize the amount of profit he makes. And one of the main ways they do that is with what's called labor-saving technology. Get rid of workers and replace workers with machines. As they eliminate workers from the process of production, as there's fewer and fewer workers involved, as machines take the place of workers, the role of C in production decreases. There's a little bit of a problem with that. As C goes down, C2 also goes down, right? As C decreases, C2 also decreases. And as the role of the worker in production is reduced, the rate of profit that the capitalist makes goes down. And this is called the tendency of the falling rate of profit. Only human labor creates value. and this is something that Adam Smith acknowledged, this is something some of the popes even acknowledge. Human labor creates all value. And so when you reduce the role of human labor in production, the amount of value created decreases, and the ability of the capitalist to extract surplus value also decreases. So this causes the capitalist to have to churn out even more products, because he's making less and less of a profit on the overall product. He's making less and less of a percentage, so he has to churn them out. So this problem of the worker never being able to buy back what he produces and more products being created than are necessary, this problem becomes exacerbated. And this points to what is understood to be the deeply irrational nature of the capitalist system. All right. Now, this is something that people that are of a libertarian perspective just can't acknowledge. They just can't acknowledge this. This just completely flies in the face of everything they think they know about economics. Meanwhile, it is something that no socialist or communist ever talks about in America, which is absolutely bizarre. Because if you read old communist textbooks from the 1930s, it's practically all they ever talked about, right? You go read Fascism and Social Revolution by R. Palm Dutt. That's what the whole book is about. You go and read William Z. Foster. That's what the whole thing is about. They constantly talk about this. But socialists and communists in America never talk about this. And if you mention this, they say, you're a Nazi, you're a fascist, blah, blah. And if you say overproduction to a socialist or a communist, they think, yeah, we have too much stuff. It's bad for the environment. There's just too much production. They never want to talk about this, and they get really scared if you bring this up, you know? And this is just the reality of the situation. And I'm going to explain it to you. Let me add, Marx didn't invent this. Marx fleshed it out, but this idea was around long before Marx. And in fact, in this textbook called We Are City Builders, we have The Parable of the Water Tank, which is a short story by Edward Bellamy. Edward Bellamy wrote the U.S. Pledge of Allegiance. I'm sorry, his cousin Francis Bellamy wrote the U.S. Pledge of Allegiance. But Edward Bellamy, who was a Baptist minister in Boston, who was a Christian socialist, he wrote a novel called Looking Backward. And it was all about, a future socialist United States. And he wrote another novel called Equality. And in that novel, he wrote a whole story about the problem of overproduction, the value crisis, the tendency of the rate of profits, called The Parable of the Water Tank. And we have that in here. And you can read that. It's on Wikipedia as a public domain text. This problem is something that has been observed, right? Franz Fourier, one of the utopian socialists of Marx's day, talked about this. Robert Owen talked about this. The popes talked about this. I think one of the various popes talked about this. And the various economists that were around at the time. John Maynard Keynes, he talks about this, and he insists the problem is underconsumption rather than overproduction, but he acknowledges this. It's a widely acknowledged problem. Poverty created by abundance. That is a fundamental reality of the more efficient it gets to create products, the poorer people get. That doesn't make sense. The more products that are created, the lower the wages that people get paid, and the more people are unemployed. That doesn't make sense. More wealth, more production should mean more living, more wages, and more jobs, but it doesn't. This is a fundamental problem that, again, if you explain this to libertarians, their heads explode because it doesn't match anything that they acknowledge. It's just something that they can't admit. It just goes against everything they know about economics. It's something that mainstream economics acknowledges and is like, that's a problem, and doesn't really have an answer to it. But mainstream economics talks about market failures, et cetera, and knows about this. And Keynes called it underconsumption, et cetera. And it's something that communists just refuse to ever talk about because they're idiots. That's why, because they're stupid. That's why I'm not a communist anymore, because they don't talk about what used to be common sense. And I'm going to explain it on here because it's not that hard to understand. It does require a little bit of, you have to be patient here. But when it really gets down to it, the first thing is that the value in any product that you have comes from human labor. That's the first thing you have to understand. If you have a product, you're making tires. Well, first you're going to need the rubber, the material that those tires cost. So that's A. And then you're going to need to ship the tires to wherever they're being sold. That's B. Those are both fixed prices, right? The employer has to pay for that straight up. He can't cut into that in any way. He must pay for the rubber at full cost. He must pay for the shipping at full cost. However, you're going to need human labor to assemble the tires. C. And then the final cost of the tire is D. Now, how does the employer make any profit from this? How can he make any money? How can he make a profit? He can't cut into the value of the rubber. He has to pay full price for that. He can't cut in to the value of the shipping. He has to pay full price for that. The only way that the employer can extract value from those tires is he has to cut in to the labor value. It is human labor that creates all value. So really, it becomes C1 and C2. C1 is what the worker actually gets paid, and C2 is the value that gets extracted as profit. Now, you can talk about that being unfair. I'm not here to talk about what's fair and what's not. This is an unfair world, and and some people say, well, the employer puts up the money. He deserves to get compensated. I'm not here to have that argument because it's a waste of my time, right? That's not the point. That's a huge distraction. The point is, the wages paid out in the process of production are C1. And C1 will always be less than D. The cost and the wages paid out don't equal each other. There's never enough wages paid out in the process of production to buy the products that are produced. It's never possible for an employer to pay out in wages enough that the employees could then turn around and go buy back the product. That's not possible. Now, that is a fundamental problem of the capitalist system, and it creates a problem. It creates a problem that you can Google this word. It's a 4-letter word. This is a 4-letter word that never existed before. Before the rise of capitalist industrial production, you never had G-L-U-T, glut. That word is unique to capitalism. And that word, glut, is poverty created by abundance. Glut means that there's so much milk in the store that the cost of milk goes so low that the farmers go out of business. Glut means there's so much oil being produced that the price of oil goes so low that oil companies go under and fracking companies go under. Glut means there's so many apples on the shelves that the apple farmers go out of business. This is something that libertarians just can't acknowledge. It just doesn't happen. No. It just doesn't happen. The market just magically works. No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. Okay? Glut, G-L-U-T, is something that happens in our system where so much wealth is created. Our human creative power creates a huge amount of wealth. And then there's poverty, and people lose their jobs, and there's fewer, and people get unemployed, and people can't buy products, and people are homeless because there are too many houses, and people are hungry because there's too much food. It's a problem. And this problem, that the wages paid out to the worker are never enough to buy back what he produces, it gets exacerbated. It gets exacerbated by another issue, which is, hold on, just got to find a page without any writing on it. It gets exacerbated by the fact that as we are constantly trying to advance technology, what happens, right? So if you're creating a product, right, A is the regular is the rubber for the tires. B is the cost of shipping the tires, and C is the labor cost, right? And the final cost is D, right? If you're going to try to get as much profit as you can, if you want the profit to go up, right? If you want to make as much profit as possible, you want what you pay in wages to be as low as possible. If you want to maximize your profits, what do you have to do? You have to pay as little as you possibly can. So that leads to replacing jobs with technology. Now, people say, well, Caleb, yeah, that happens. People, lose their jobs because of technology, right? There's automation, people lose their, it's more complicated than you realize. If the amount of human labor that is necessary to create a product goes down, if C decreases, C2 also decreases. The less labor that is involved in the process of production, the less profit can be made off the item, because labor, it is only human labor that creates the value that's exploited. It's only human labor that creates the value through which profits are made. So as the percentage of D that comes from human labor decreases, the profits that can be made also decrease. So the better they get at producing products, the less profit they make off of the products. And so you have an economic meltdown. The more technology advances, the more people lose their jobs. The more people who are working are easy to replace, right? That's a big factor. People say, well, you still need workers. Yes, but they're much easier to replace. And less wages are paid out. And as a result of that, not only are there more people unemployed and their wages going down, and then they can't buy the products, but on top of that, the amount of profit that is made on each item goes down. And because of that, they have to churn out even more profits, because they have to churn out even more products, because the amount of money that they're making on each product is decreasing. Now, this is the built-in problem of having a system where profits are in command. And technology advances and makes it so human beings, we can make products more efficiently than ever before. And it should be great, except it leads to fewer people having jobs. It leads to those who do have jobs getting lower wages. And it leads to less profits for those who own the companies. We're all getting poorer because there's more. Self-driving cars. Think about self-driving cars. Wouldn't it be great if cars drove themselves? Right? All of this human labor power that's expended driving wouldn't be necessary anymore. And that should be a great thing, except in our system, it would lead to millions and millions of truck drivers, Uber drivers, state highway patrolmen, traffic court employees, would lead to all of those people being unemployed. And on top of that, you say, well, Caleb, those people could get other jobs. Sure. But the job that they have as a truck driver, as an Uber driver, etc., is a skilled job where they have to have a commercial driver's license and all of that. The job that they'll get will be a job that is less skilled, which means they'll get paid less. because they're easier to replace. You don't need a commercial driver's license to make coffee at Starbucks. You don't need a commercial driver's license to sweep the floor. And so they can pay you less to do it as a result. This is how these things work. And then the amount of profit that they make goes down. I'm telling you that we have a system where technological advancement is leading to greater poverty, and that's not rational. And there's a pretty obvious answer. And we have raised this slogan from the beginning since I have been on. I think the first live stream I ever made, I actually raised this slogan, believe it or not. I have been beating this drum since the beginning of CPI. I'm going to continue beating this drum because, you know, it's a drum that we need to beat. I have been saying we need to get back in the habit of regularly saying this. We need a government of action to fight for working families. And that has been the CPI mantra from the beginning. We need to get in the habit of saying that. We need a government of action to fight for working families. We need a government of action to fight for working families. We need a government of action to fight for working families. What are we saying when we say we need a government of action? Well, we need the state to control the economy in order to improve people's lives. We can't let the chaos of the market run rampant. We need central planning in order to not have a situation where we all get poorer as technology advances. We need popular power to take control of the economy. Now, I don't think that there won't be room for capitalists in that economy. I think there will be definitely room. I think private farmers, private store owners, private tech innovators, I think there's going to be a lot of capitalists in a society that has a government of action that fights for working families. That's why I'm even hesitant to say I'm against capitalism. I'm not against capitalism in the general sense. I'm not against private ownership. I'm not against store owners. I'm not against business owners. I'm against the market and profit in command. I'm against the irrationality of the market. We need a government of action to fight for working families. We need the state to control the economy so that it keeps growing. That's what we need. We need the state to control the economy, and they'll control the economy and enable people to start their own businesses and become wealthy and enable people to get jobs and decent wages. We need central planning of the economy. We need the government building new power plants, building new highways and bridges. We need the government planning out where things go, stimulating the economy with the lending of money. We need rational ownership of the means of production and rational control of our natural resources. And we need to centrally plan the economy so living standards can increase. We need a government of action. Not a government that just sits back and lets the market run rampant. Not a government that just acts as the middleman, enforcing the will of the richest people, but a government that governs on behalf of the population and controls the economy in order to make sure that growth continues. We need a pro-growth government. That is what we need. And the reason that China has lifted 800 million people out of poverty is because they have that. And the reason that Russia has overcome the disaster of the fall of the Soviet Union and raised their people up and built amazing things, which I've seen, I've been to Crimea, I've seen what they've done. I've seen all that Russia has done to improve people's lives. And the way that they did it is by having a government that controls the economy. And the reason that Iran has lifted so many people out of poverty, and the reason that Bolivia had the highest rate of economic growth in all of South America for over a decade, and the reason that Cuba has lifted so many people out of poverty, and the reason that so many African countries have teamed up with China and their people are rising out of poverty is because they have a government of action that fights for working families. They have a state that controls the economy in order to make sure that growth continues. And that is what we need. We need a state that controls the economy in order to make sure that growth continues. That's what we need. And it's pretty basic. And, you know, you can call this whatever you want. I used to call this socialism and communism. And in China, that's what they call their system. They've got lots of billionaires. They've got, you know, private companies out the wazoo, about 50% state ownership, 50% private. But the government makes 5-year economic plans and they control it, and they call it socialism with Chinese characteristics. And in Russia, they did the communism thing in the 20th century. They had full capitalism in the 90s, and then they adjusted it, and they don't call it socialism and communism, and they don't believe in the Marxist ideology anymore. But the state controls Gazprom, a gigantic state-controlled natural gas company, and the state controls Rosneft, a gigantic state-controlled oil company, and the state stimulates and funds other industries, and Putin sits down with a board of economic central planners, and they decide who gets business loans. They decide what areas they want to see economic growth, and you can call it whatever you want, and they don't call it socialism and communism, but it works, and they've raised their country up with it. And in Iran, they definitely don't call it socialism and communism. And in Iran, just like in Russia and just like in China, there's lots of millionaires and billionaires and private owners, and there's all kinds of private businesses. But the supreme leader of Iran and the president and the Guardian Council, they sit down and they talk with, you know, the banks, and they make decisions about how money gets lended. And the biggest economic entity in the country is the Revolutionary Guards, and the state controls the car industry, and the state controls the steel industry, and they have what they call a resistance economy, and they make a plan, and that's why Iran's economy keeps growing. Call it whatever you want. Call it whatever you want. Okay? Now, I have been to the New World, and I have seen the New World. I went to Iran at a time that I was being told in American media, I was being told that Iran's economy is crumbling. Iran's economy is crumbling. Oh, the sanctions are just killing them. I went to Tehran, and I saw a whole neighborhood full of empty houses that were just being built. Beautiful houses, mind you. And I said, what's going on? And they said, well, you know, we've been teaming up with China, and we're building all these houses. We're having a housing boom. And I was like, dang, okay. In America, all our neighborhoods are falling apart, you know, and they're, you know, all the neighborhoods have foreclosed homes on them. But in Iran, I saw them building. In China, they're going to the most rural parts of the country. They're going up into the mountains of Tibet, and they're paving roads. They're paving brand new roads. In America, we're unpaving the roads. In 27 different states, there are municipalities that unpave their roads because municipalities can't afford to maintain paved roads. They have a machine that is literally called a reclaimer that rips up the asphalt and pulverizes it and replaces paved roads with gravel, with dirt. I'm telling you, right? This new alternative economic system, it exists, and it is the future. And it's not 20th century communism because it has the market, and it uses the market. It has private companies. It has private farmers. It has private tech innovators. There's all kinds of private businesses that are involved in it. So it's not classic communism. Right? I mean, it's not. In the Stalin model of the Soviet Union, the state controlled absolutely everything. It was 91% state ownership. That doesn't exist anymore. And it shouldn't, right? That model of the government controlling absolutely everything, it's very good at getting countries over the first hurdle of industrialization. It's very, very good at that, right? But after the country becomes industrialized, after you electrify the country, after you have all the paved roads, after you wipe out illiteracy, then it starts to stagnate. Then it starts to have problems for the things that make life fun, like children's toys, like clothing, like, you know, and the Soviet Union stagnated when it came to consumer goods, because you need market incentive for consumer goods to some degree. You can't have a state central planner decide what clothes people are going to wear. People need to decide for themselves and vote with their dollars for what clothes they like. You can't have a state central planner decide what restaurants people want to go eat at. People need to go decide what kind of food they like and vote with their dollars for pleasure, consumer goods. Those kinds of things you need the market for, but you need the economy to be propped up with a banking system that is central, that lends money based on a 5-year economic plan and a central plan of development. You need natural resources, energy, etc. These kind of things need to be regulated strategically in the interest of the country, right? You need an overall central plan that then allows for the beautiful variation within it. And in fact, the state should be actively stimulating that creativity. It should be lending people money to start their own businesses. It should be giving people training so that they can learn to be scientists and discover new things. It should be helping people to become innovators. It should be helping people to become capitalists. Yes, I said it. That's why I'm not a regular pure communist anymore. If you look at what has made the Chinese Communist Party so successful, is that while they control the economy with 5-year economic plans, while they control the banks and the major industries, they also work really hard to train people to start their own business. And in Nicaragua, the government in Nicaragua, the Sandinistas, they have the highest growth rate in Central America. They've eradicated poverty. They've electrified it. They have amazing roads. I've seen what they've done. And how do they do it? They have a state central plan. They have a socialist planned economy. But at the same time, they have a micro entrepreneurship program where they train people to become capitalists. We are not against capitalists, right? We're not against capitalism in the sense of someone having their own business, in the sense of someone being creative, in the sense of someone working hard. We are against capitalism in the sense of profits in command and the government just sitting back and letting the country rot, which is the Western economic model. We believe in the free market over here, and the free market sucks, and it ain't free. And we do have heavy state intervention in the West, but the state basically only intervenes to prop up the economy so that more profits can be made. We need a state that intervenes on behalf of the people. We need a government of action to fight for working families. We need a government that's job isn't to make sure Jeff Bezos makes lots of money. We need a government that its job is not simply to make sure that Wall Street keeps making money. We need a government that's job is to make sure the economy keeps going, that wages keep going, and is constantly controlling the economy in order to make sure that that is the reality. We need a government of action to fight for working families. That is what we need. And in the West, we don't have that, and that's why the West is falling apart and rotting internally. And in Eurasia, in Russia and in China, they have that. In big chunks of Africa, they have that. In big chunks of the Middle East, they have that. In big chunks of Latin America, they have that. And they're speeding ahead. And this is the problem. And in America, for a long time, my background, I'll just be real with you all. My background is in the left, because the whole reason I got interested in this, the whole reason I never would have even considered this, except when I was a kid, it just seemed to me like it didn't make sense to have homeless people and empty houses. Didn't make sense to have unemployment. And it just seemed like we ought to rationally organize the economy. And everyone told me that's communism. Communism has never worked anywhere. Every country that's ever had communism was starving and all of that. And so I got my hands on basic economic data. And I learned that the Soviet Union industrialized very rapidly, wiped out illiteracy, electrified the whole country. I remember my family, we hosted a college student from Bulgaria at one of the local colleges. He was not a communist, not a socialist. But I remember I asked him one day, is there anyone in Bulgaria who still believes in communism? And he said, absolutely. And I said, who? He said, my grandfather. And I said, really? And he said, yeah. I said, why does your grandfather believe in communism? Didn't he live under it and see how horrible it is? And he said, well, my grandfather lived in Bulgaria before the Second World War. And back then, Bulgaria did not have any roads, didn't have paved roads. And after World War II, when the communists came to power, they hired all the young men in the country. All the young men in the country were hired to pave the roads. And so all these young men in the prime of their lives, high school-aged kids, they went out and they paved the roads. And they went from city to city, from village to village. And they went everywhere in Bulgaria paving the roads. And it was done in a spirit of self-sacrifice for the good of the nation. And they paved the roads of Bulgaria. And it was the greatest years of his life, going out and paving those roads for the country. And they made their country stronger. And so, for the rest of his life, his grandfather was a great admirer of communism and a great admirer of Stalin. And I was like, dang, that's pretty cool. But you're not allowed to acknowledge that that ever existed. In America, we're told communism was just one giant famine the whole time. And communism invented space travel. Communism made Russia into an industrial superpower that was capable of defeating the Nazis. Communism electrified the entire Soviet Union. Communism made China the second largest economy in the world. Millions of people in China would never have seen a doctor and didn't see a doctor until the Chinese Communist Party came to power and launched the Barefoot Doctor program. The only reason China has electrification, that China had barely any electricity in the whole country until the communists came in and built the power plants. And you're not allowed to acknowledge any of this. American politics is predicated on a lie. And that lie is, everywhere you don't have the free market, everyone just starves. That's bullshit. It's bullshit. It's not true. And American politics is predicated on that lie. And that lie is a lie about communism. We're told that communism is state control of the means of production. And communism never worked anywhere. Everyone was just poor and starving and miserable, and it never worked. And that's a bullshit lie. And so immediately, seeing that, it was obvious we needed some kind of central planning, and seeing that it was also obvious that communism did not fail everywhere it had ever been tried, I became a communist because that just seemed to make sense. I'm being told communism didn't work. It obviously did. Everyone's terrified of admitting that. And it's just this truth that no one's allowed to say. So I became a communist. And it's funny because just recently on these streams, I have gotten away from calling myself a communist. I do not call myself a communist anymore. And it's funny because at the same time, these streams have been going on. This is stream 849. So we've been going on a long time. But when we started, we said a couple things. The first thing that we said was we need a government of action to fight for working families. And the second thing that we said was out of the movement to the masses. And what was out of the movement to the masses? Well, I spent the bulk of my adult life in communist organizations. And I have found that those people are completely out of touch with reality, right? And that they are not interested in building a mass movement to win over average people. And they're not interested in building a government of action to fight for working families. They are interested in a wide variety of other things. And so I've said out of the movement to the masses, meaning that we want to get out of the communist movement, get out of being communist, get out of hanging out with communists, and go and win over average people, the bulk of the population, to build a government of action to fight for working families. Now, I still called myself a communist. I still called myself a communist when I said this. I don't call myself a communist any longer. Why? Because at this point, I am convinced that the word communism has been so co-opted by people who are attracted to it because it's evil. All right. Communism is haunted by a spirit of evil. And the overwhelming majority of people in America who are attracted to it are not attracted to it because they want central planning of the economy. They are attracted to it because they want to be evil. We are taught from the time we are children in America that communism is evil. And on top of that, communism as a movement, there's kind of an evil origin. It started out as a movement of people that were disappointed with the results of the French Revolution and wanted to fulfill the ideals of the French Revolution. It was the spirit of rebellion. It was the spirit of rebellion, the spirit of destruction, etc. Well, if you look at the history of the Soviet Union, the aftermath of the Russian Revolution was not good. The Russian Civil War was very, very horrible. The Russian Revolution was very bloody. The Russian Civil War, a lot of people died. Things didn't get better in Russia until Stalin launched his 5-year plans, until they started industrializing. That's when life got better. And at that point, that's when Trotsky was kicked out. And that's when the bulk of American communists stopped supporting the Soviet Union. What sense does this make, right? We're constantly told in America communism doesn't work. Everyone's poor and starving. That's what we're told. And the majority of American communists only support the Soviet Union when the people are poor and starving. And 1928, when Stalin came to power and started radically organizing the economy so people weren't poor and starving anymore, that's when they say the Soviet Union was bad. What sense does that make? What sense does that make? It makes perfect sense. Because Trotsky was appealing to people's desire to rebel. He called for permanent revolution. He was appealing to that rebellion aesthetic, that satanic dialectical spirit that's all about tearing things down and vengeance and punishing people. That's permanent revolution. And people in America who become communists, they're not attracted to Stalin raising people out of poverty. They're attracted to permanent revolution, killing, death, they have a satanic impulse, right? Stalin was from a seminary school. He'd been raised in a seminary school. He was from a Christian background. There's many people in Russia who believe he was still a Christian his whole life. I am yet to be convinced, but I think it's interesting. But many people noted that Stalin, to some degree or other, was conservative. And Stalin's program of socialism in one country was about raising people up from poverty. It wasn't about spreading permanent revolution all over the world. And so a lot of American communists hate Stalin. In fact, I'd say the overwhelming majority of American communists hate Stalin because Stalin was focused on raising their country up from poverty and was focused on industrializing. And he wasn't focused on blood and revolution and evil, which is what attracts most American communists to communism. They just want to be evil. What country do almost all American communists hate? Almost all of them hate. Where? China. Because does the Chinese government go around spreading revolution and chaos? No. In fact, China is the one that pioneered having a market sector and raising people up out of poverty. And China is the one that coined Chinese socialism with Chinese characteristics. American communists hate China. The amount of American communists who support the Chinese government is minuscule. It's very, very tiny. They hate China because China is not focused on killing people and destroying things and spreading revolution. It's not satanic, right? Communism has this satanic curse hanging over it as a movement. And when I said out of the movement to the masses, I knew that to some degree. But I am at the point where I don't even want to associate with the word communism anymore. Because communism at this point in the American mind, it's not about economics. It's just about evil. And wokeism is communism without economics. If you take economics completely out of communism and you just have that evil satanic spirit, that's called wokeism. And that's the LGBT obsession. That is cancel culture, jealousy, resentment, green hair, abolish the family, all that gross, disgusting stuff that Americans are sick and tired of. White privilege, all of it. They're tired of it. They are sick and tired of that. And that stuff has nothing to do with economics, but that's communism without economics. I am interested in the economics of socialism and communism and anti-imperialism, but I am not interested in the satanic spirit of communism. And I don't even accept the dialectical materialist philosophy. I believe in God, and I believe in the power of the human will and the power of intention. I believe in having a pro-growth mindset. So I believe we need a government of action to plan the economy. But I don't believe that we need the dialectical philosophy, and I absolutely reject leftism. I completely reject leftism, right? We are doing something new. We are innovationists, right? And the Chinese communists are innovationists, and the Russian government are innovationists, and the Iranian Ayatollahs are innovationists, and the Nicaraguan Sandinistas are innovationists, and we are this new stage. In a lot of places, the new economy that's emerging is rooted in communism, because it's because of communism that anti-colonial revolutions happened. It's because of communism that imperialism was driven out of various countries. Communism was the first movement to oppose imperialism. So in a lot of these countries, it's rooted in communism, but a lot of countries, it's not. Right? The Iranian Ayatollahs, they don't believe in communism. The Houthis in Yemen, they don't believe in communism. And even the places that still have communism will admit it's not regular communism, right? Regular communism doesn't believe in a market sector. They believe in a market sector in China. They believe in a market sector in Venezuela and in Nicaragua. They believe in a market sector in Vietnam. They call it their socialist-oriented market economy. They believe in a market sector, and they'll tell you, yeah, it's not regular communism, but that's fine. That's what we believe. In Cuba, they have Che Guevara's picture everywhere. Che Guevara is a great hero to the Cuban people, but they say his economic ideas were wrong. They'll tell you that. You go to Cuba, anyone who's been to Cuba will tell you that. They will tell you, we love Che Guevara as a great hero who idealized self-sacrifice and the ideals of the revolution, but his economic ideas were wrong. And why were Che Guevara's economic ideas wrong? When Che was running the Cuban economy in the early years of the Cuban Revolution, he did a bad job because he was convinced that they could build socialism and communism. They could build the Cuban economy without material incentives. And he said that we are going to build socialism in Cuba without material incentives. People will work hard with no reward just because. No, that didn't work. Didn't work. Why didn't it work? Because they're in a state of scarcity. And when there's not enough to go around, some are going to have and some are going to have not. And when some people have and have not, you're going to have to incentivize people to work. You cannot build an equal society in poverty. You can't. The only way to have equality is to have abundance. Let me emphasize this. I never want to hear anyone say the words income inequality again. I want to slap them, because there was income inequality in the Soviet Union. There was income inequality in Cuba. There's income inequality in China. There is going to be, until we have vast abundance, there's going to be income inequality. I have absolutely no interest in redistributing income. I want a government of action that controls the economy to make sure there's enough growth, that there's enough. And inequality fades away when there's abundance. But I am not interested in redistribution of income. I'm not. And when people start in with abolish billionaires, it's unfair that some people are billionaires. No, I want everyone to be a billionaire. And if you put a restriction on economic growth, you're never going to get to a society where everyone's going to be a billionaire, right? We need a rationally planned economy so that everyone can be a billionaire. But we don't need to restrict wealth and say, oh, no one can have more than this much. And if we do that, you're never going to see economic growth. I am not interested in forced equality, right? This is the problem. This is where socialism and communism in America, I've read Marx and I've been to the anti-imperialist countries. And look, Marx himself, he said a lot of things that are true. He understood the nature of the global economy, and he understood the problems of the capitalist system, and he understood a lot of things. There are problems with Marx, sure, there are problems with that, but the modern so-called communist movement does not believe anything that, what the modern communist movement believes is they believe that there is too much stuff in the world and less is more. Well, Marx didn't believe that, and I sure as hell don't believe that. I want nothing to do with a movement that believes that. The modern communist movement believes that that we have gone too far and that we need to go back to nature. I don't believe that. Marx never believed. I don't believe that. The modern communist movement believes that central planning and centrally organizing the economy so you can have growth, that's Nazi, that's fascist. I don't believe that. The modern communist movement believes that China and Russia and Iran and Venezuela are evil, authoritarian regimes, and they repeat CIA propaganda, and they go around protesting those governments because they want them to be overthrown, and they love George Soros' color revolutions. I don't believe that. Right? I am against the American communist movement. The American communist movement is against me, and I am against them. They are on the wrong side. They are on the wrong side. And, the majority of anti-imperialist forces in the world are not communist anymore. They draw from that tradition. And Iran, even though they're anti-communist, they still draw from that tradition. And, but in Vietnam, they say, well, yeah, Marxism, Leninism is part of what we believe, but we're implementing a socialist-oriented market economy. That's what we're doing now. In China, they say, yep, Marxism, Leninism is part of what we believe, but we also believe in Mao Zedong thought. We also believe in Deng Xiaoping theory, and we're building socialism with Chinese characteristics, which is a new thing. If you go to Nicaragua, they say Marxism, Leninism is certainly an influence on us, but we've never been strictly that, and we believe in Christianity, socialism, and solidarity. We believe in the Bolivarian philosophy of Latin America for itself. That's what they believe in Venezuela. They don't believe in regular communism, right? The communist world doesn't believe in regular communism anymore because the seeds of wokeism were already there. The dialectical philosophy, the belief that somehow we should get rid of all private enterprise. There's certain things, there's certain seeds in the Marxist worldview that could give rise to wokeism. Whereas the woke people, they do not support any of these countries. They support American imperialism. They don't believe in economic growth. They believe in forced equality. They believe wealth is inherently bad. They want to rebel. They want to destroy. They hate people. They have a philosophy that is more or less what do you call it? Misanthropic. Essentially, they believe people are bad. Right? They believe that deep down human beings were all just a bunch of Nazis. The Holocaust didn't happen because of capitalism. The Holocaust didn't happen because capitalism was at an economic meltdown and they were trying to, no. The rise of fascism isn't about economics. It's just because people are just bad and evil and Nazi deep down. That's why that's what they believe. All right. I don't believe that. And look, I got to tell you, we are against the British Empire. We are against the British Empire. Let me repeat that. We are against the British Empire. The British Empire, out of which our country was formed in opposition to. The American Revolution was a fight against the British Empire. The British Empire is based on a set of economic principles that you will find in the work of Robert Malthus. You will find in the work of Adam Smith. And it is based on the idea that human beings are a problem, that economic crises are rooted in too many people existing, and that we need to depopulate the planet so that wealth can flow to British monopolies. Right? And that is what the British Empire is based on. The Dutch East India Company and all of that. They believe that the wealth of the world should flow into the hands of British monopolies and that there are too many people in the world. And I will say that I'm at the point where I think we need to question. Anything that is stamped by the British Empire. For example, Charles Darwin, right? I grew up just assuming, my father's a biologist. Just assume Charles Darwin, that guy was absolutely right. Well, actually, modern biologists admit that some of the things Charles Darwin said were not absolutely right. For example, even if you look at evolution the way he understood it, there's no beginning and end. Right? Charles Darwin had this narrative in his head that species were gradually advancing and that humans are the most advanced species. I would agree with that, but that's not found in... My goodness, Connor, you took the words out of my mouth. I'm getting there, man. Wow. You read minds. But Charles Darwin, he said that we would, that human beings are the pinnacle of evolution. Well, that's not inherent in his theory. But that was a British Empire belief. That was the basis upon which the British oppressed people across the world. It was the basis of this idea that we're the most advanced and these are inferior, right? The term survival of the fittest. It's interesting because many people have pointed out, if you actually read Darwin's work, it doesn't actually mean what fit is, doesn't mean the strongest, doesn't mean the wealthiest. It just means some kind of genetic advantage. But the fact that he phrased it that way immediately led to all kinds of people just saying, yeah, some people are just better than others, and the rich are just better and superior. Some people are naturally better than others. The phrase survival of the fittest almost immediately was co-opted to mean some people are just naturally better than others, right? And a big part of Darwinian evolution is this idea that your genes are natural, right? That your genes are unchanging, right? You're born with certain, you might have your genes mutate. You're not an exact copy of your parents, right? Everyone mutates a little bit, but you're born, your genes are exactly as they are. We are now learning that's not true. Your genes change based on your life experiences. Your thoughts affect your genes. Traumatic experiences that you have in your life affect your genes. Darwin said when you're born, your genes are set. Your genes are set and some of them are mutated, and that's how the world changes, is there's genetic mutations and whatever. That's how evolution is driven, but your genes are set in stone when you're born. Now we're realizing that's not true. The way you think affects your genes. The way you feel affects your genes. The experiences that you have in life affect your genes. That's big. And Darwin was wrong about that. Darwin's theory is predicated on the idea that your genes cannot change. Well, to some degree or other, your genes can change. They can't change completely. You can't think yourself into becoming an elephant. You can't think yourself into becoming a mouse. But your genes can change based on your thoughts. And if you reproduce, you will pass on genes that have been affected by your thoughts and your life experiences and your beliefs and your behavior. Your genes are not set in stone when you're born. And the way you live your life and the way you view the world and the kind of environment you grow up in affects your genes. And when you have children, that gets passed on to them. That's huge. And that blows up in the face of everything that Darwin preached. I mean, that doesn't prove we started out in the Garden of Eden with Adam and Eve, but it certainly proves that Darwin, when he's saying everyone's genes are set in stone and it's just genetic mutation, there's a problem there. Now, the problem with Darwin and the problem with Marx and the problem with Freud, all three of them knew a lot. Charles Darwin, he knew a lot, and he pointed to a huge amount of truth. Sigmund Freud, he knew a lot, and he pointed to a huge amount of truth. Karl Marx knew a lot, and he pointed to a huge amount of truth. But all three of them, Darwin, Freud, and Marx, they believed that human beings were animals. That is what they believed. They believed that human beings existed as material entities only, that we had no soul. That's what they believed. Marx openly believed that. And Darwin certainly believed that. And Freud also believed that. They all did amazing dynamic breakthroughs in terms of science, in terms of understanding human society and how it works, etc. But they all did it on the assumption that we have no soul. That's what they believe, that we are just another animal. And that they assumed that to be the case because feudalism had been overturned and feudalism was held together by religion. And so, as believers in science and reason, they rejected all notions of religion. They were hard materialists, and they looked at mankind as an animal. Man is just another animal. But it's funny, because there's an essay by Friedrich Engels, who was a close collaborator of Karl Marx, in which he quotes Charles Darwin extensively. And I have quoted that essay many times. That essay is called The Role of Labor in the Transition from Ape to Man. And in that essay, the part played by labor in the transition from ape to man, you read that essay, there's a confession that we are not just another animal. Look at this essay. In this essay, you will find a quotation. Let me pull it up. In this essay, you will find Friedrich Engels, who's drawing from the work of Charles Darwin and figuring out about the opposable thumb and all these things, the role played by labor in the transition from ape to man. What does Engels say? Quote, "The animal merely uses its environment and brings about changes in it simply by its presence. Man, by his changes, makes it serve his ends, masters it. And this is the final essential distinction between man and other animals. And once again, it is labor that brings about this distinction. All other animals simply interact with their environment, but humans force the environment to serve us. And our labor, our work, is forcing the environment to serve us. That's huge. No other animal forces the environment to serve it. None. All the other animals, they interact with their environment, but they don't master the environment and force the environment to serve them. Well, you know, it's interesting that atheist Karl Marx and atheist Friedrich Engels and atheist Charles, quoting from atheist Charles Darwin said that, because I can find that in the book of Genesis. What does it say in the book of Genesis? What does it say? In the book of Genesis, it says, God blessed them, and God said unto them, be fruitful, multiply, and replenish the earth, and subdue it, and have dominion over the fish of the sea, over the fowl of the air, and over every living thing that moveth on the earth. So right in the book of Genesis, it says that our existence as human beings is to master the environment. That's what it says. This is what they spend all these pages and pages figuring out, that, yeah, you know, what makes human beings unique is that we are the only species that forces the environment to serve us. Well, in the book of Genesis, right there, it says, have dominion over the earth, be fruitful, multiply, etc. We are the species that has dominion over the earth. But when I tell you about epigenetics and the fact that our thoughts change our genes, that points to something so important about human beings. This is why I'm an innovationist. I'm not a classical Marxist, because classical Marxism, we're in new territory here. This is why I'm an innovationist, because I believe in the power of the human spirit and the power of human creativity. Ants have been making their ant farms the same way for thousands and thousands of years. And beavers have been making their beaver dams the same way for thousands and thousands of years. But as I just explained to you, and as Karl Marx discovered, human beings in just a few thousand years have gone from hunter-gatherer civilization to the ancient Egypt and Mesopotamia and Rome and Greece and medieval times, and all the way up to industrial capitalism. And now we've got space travel and iPhones and 3D printers and artificial intelligence. We have done amazing things. Why? Because we have the ability to force the environment to serve us and to constantly be reinventing the world around us. And now we know through epigenetics, we are reinventing ourselves at the same time. At the same time we're reinventing the world around us, we're reinventing ourselves. The creative power of human beings is astronomical. And this is something that doesn't fit Marx's view. Marx said we are just animals. Well, we're not just animals. We're clearly not just animals. We're clearly not just animals. We have something more than just our material reality. We have souls. There's something deeply spiritual about humanity. We have something very, very powerful. Something that allows us to reinvent the world around us. Something that allows us to reinvent ourselves, to change the very nature of our genes. There's something really powerful and amazing within the human mind. There's something really, really powerful and amazing about humans. We have a spark of godlike creative power. All right, there's the famous painting of the Sistine Chapel. All right, this is very famous. I'll put it on the screen. And it's one of the most famous works of art, and it's supposed to be God giving life to Adam, right? All right, this is, it's in the Vatican. Or I'll put it on the screen. All right? It's supposed to be God giving life to Adam. All right? There's God, and, he's in heaven or whatever, and then he's reaching out with his finger, and he's giving life to Adam. Except Adam's already alive. Look at Adam. He's there. He's naked. He's already a full-grown person. God is giving Adam a spark of creative power. All right? He's putting into Adam what separates us from animals. He's giving us the ability to reinvent the world around us. He's giving us creative power. And creative power is amazing. And human creative power has exceeded the narrow limits of the irrational profit system. Human creative power that has taken us from hunter-gatherers in the woods all the way here is now at the point that it's exceeded the narrow limits of the market. And that's what Marx was writing about. And if you read in Marx, he's talking about overproduction, the tendency of the falling rate of profits, the value crisis. This had never happened before in any system. People homeless because there are too many houses. And now with artificial intelligence, with machines that can do almost anything that humans can do, we've passed beyond the restrictions on human creative power that come from the market. We need a government of action to fight for working families. We need the state to control the economy so that our human creative power can soar to whole new levels. That's what we need, right? We need human creative power to expand. And this is Marx in his time. He's talking about the factory worker struggling to form a union, struggling to demand higher pay from the employer. He's talking about the contradiction between the factory worker and the factory owner, and the clash they have with each other. Then Lenin comes along and he says, well, it's actually much bigger than that. It's not just the factory worker and the factory owner. It's the big bankers that dominate entire economies and keep entire nations in poverty. And that entire nations need to break out of the domination of bankers. And that's what we need, right? And then the Soviet Union comes along and they say, you know, we're going to industrialize. We're going to have a centrally planned economy to industrialize. And then they start to have problems after they centrally plan and industrialize because there's limits. And then China comes along and says, well, we can have a market sector, but we can have a planned economy and a state that's got 5-year economic plans to make sure we have economic growth. And we're in a new stage. And everything I just said in here about human growth and about the creative power of human beings, what separates us from animals, and about the brilliance of human creative power and all of that. This is the foundation of the innovationist school of thought. Right? And communists aren't here yet. Communists aren't here yet. And if we continue to call ourselves communists and associate with communists, we're never going to be able to really embrace the beauty of what we're doing here. Because the fact that China lifted 100 million people out of poverty, the fact that artificial intelligence is right there before the world, all of this points to so much. All of this points to so much. And the fact that we can embrace this, and the fact that we can get beyond the mental illness called leftism, the deviance, the resentment, the desire to be evil, the fact that we can embrace growth and human creativity and expansion, it's really amazing. It's really, really great. We're doing something really, really exciting. And I really love what we're doing. I really, really love what we are doing here with the Center for Political Innovation. I really love what we're doing. Really proud of it. I'm really excited about it. And yeah. So on that note, Names and locations. I will call you all out as I see you. Names and locations. Who is with us tonight? Names and locations. Names and locations. Names and locations. Who is with us? I will call you all out as I see you. And then I'll start answering people's questions. Bob in Troy, New York. Carter and Bella in Calico, California. Very cool. Names and locations. Scott in Maryland. John in Chicago. Courtney in Northern Virginia. St. Joseph in Missouri. China, seasoned noob. Jenny in Cincinnati. Ian Chester in England. Meg in Tasmania. Alex in Beer. Kavan, Alex in Brazil. Kavan from Qatar. Meg from Tasmania. Brendan in the kitchen. Sunny in Newport, California. Jenny Lynn in Cincinnati. April and Chris in Salt Lake City. Tijuana, Mexico. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Names and locations. Names and locations. Valen in South Carolina. I almost said Southern California, but South Carolina. Gavin in the Midwest. Names and locations. Names and locations. Colin in Greensboro. Welcome. Sarah in Indiana. Welcome, Sarah. Miss E. Norma Stitz in Cyprus, in Greece. Wow. Rice from Adelaide, Australia. Welcome, Rice. Good to have you with us. Names and locations. Names and locations. Balthazar in Oakland. Brooklyn in the house. Can't wait for the 20th. It's going to be awesome. Bartek from Poland. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Names and locations. Names and locations. Who is with us? Jenny Lynn is giving us smiley faces. Names and locations. Anybody else? Now is the time. Names and locations. Names and locations. Jan in Indiana. Welcome, Jan. Anthony in Texas. Welcome, Anthony. Good to have you with us. Good to have you with us. I am very, very excited. Cyrus in Cornwall. Very, very good. I'm very excited, folks, about a lot of things that are going on right now. I'm very, very, very excited about them. And I mean, I'm just going to reiterate how awesome our inauguration event is going to be. It's going to be really, really great. So I hope that you all can be in DC for our inauguration day event. I will put it on the screen once more. It's going to be at Hilton Garden Inn, just a couple blocks from the White House. Hope that you can be there. Food for the first 100 people who show up. And it's going to be good food too. Hotel's charging us a food minimum. So hope you will be there. It's going to be awesome. As I said at the beginning of the stream, we are now offering a special offer to join CPI for the first month for free. Which it's interesting. I never would have thought of doing something like this, but it was proposed and we are doing that. So if you want to become a member of CPI, you can get your first month free to see what it's like to be in the group. And then if you don't like it, you can unsubscribe. You can stop being a member, but you get your first month free to try out CPI. So we have that option as well. So we're throwing that out there. You can join CPI. So I don't see any Rumble rants. No Rumble rants have come in. And we have 2 super chats that have come in. So I'm going to give you all a chance to ask me more questions. Send in more super chats. That is appreciated. And neither of the super chats, neither of the super chats are really things that are going to get me talking. I mean, I will answer both of them, but send in some questions to get me talking in the second half of the show. That's what I kind of need you to do, or else there's not going to be much of a second half of the show now, is there? And the night is young. I've still got plenty of energy. Tomorrow is going to be a wild day. So in the morning, I'm going on with Dr. Wilmer Leon. And Dr. Wilmer Leon, formerly of Sputnik Radio, before Sputnik Radio shut down, he's awesome. He's got a show on Sirius XM that's really good. Well-known African-American scholar, political scientist who I met in Iran. Really awesome. I'm going on his show tomorrow at 10 a.m. So then after that at 4 p.m., I'm going to be live streaming on with Keith Preston, who is the editor of attackthesystem.com. And we will be appearing on the Praise of Folly podcast. And that is going to be at 4 p.m. Eastern time tomorrow. So tomorrow is going to be a great day. I'm doing 2 major podcasts, Dr. Wilmer Leon of SiriusXM and Praise of Folly, Keith Preston, attackthesystem.com. And they're going to be good, right? Dr. Wilmer Leon and I were talking current events. Praise of Folly, we're talking Marxism and post-Marxism and stuff like that. And Keith Preston, I have always been impressed with. Don't agree with him on a lot of things, but he is very astute. He is a well-studied academic. He knows a lot about Alexander Dugin. He knows a lot about anti-imperialism, and he studies different radical movements and stuff. I've always been impressed with Keith Preston and his work. So it'll be great to talk with him. And it'll also be great to talk with Todd, I think, is the other host of the show. And it's going to be a wide-ranging conversation. So that's going to be good for tomorrow. So I see, we got another super chat. That one will get me talking. Carter always asks good questions that'll get me talking. But I think what we're going to do now is I'm going to put on, you guys know that I love obscure communist music. Right? I'm going to put on the song Here's the Rose Now Dance, which is from the Canadian Cultural Workers Association, right? So there's one of the communist groups in Canada, the Communist Party of Canada, Marxist-Leninist, the CPC-ML. They decided to have a choir, and they couldn't give it a name that didn't sound ultra bureaucratic and communist, so they called it the Canadian Cultural Workers Association. And they composed a song about their organization and the origins of the CPC-ML of Canada. I love this kind of music in an ironic way. I kind of am laughing at myself a little bit because it's like hokey, but it even has the lyrics on the stream. This is Here's the Rose Now Dance. Now, Here's the Rose Now Dance. It comes from Karl Marx's pamphlet 18th Brumaire of Louis Bonaparte. And it's in that pamphlet, he talks about how eventually the proletariat, he says, is just going to have to seize power because there comes a time where you just can't deny your historic responsibility any longer. And, here's the rose, now dance. And he uses the Latin, he says that in Latin, which I forget what it is in Latin. It's like hic venter salta or something like that. He says it in Latin, and then in parenthesis, here's the rose now dance. So they wrote this song explaining the history of the CPC-ML called Here's the Rose Now Dance.
Young comrades, our history will tell of the glorious struggle to build CPC-ML. Oh, it is the story of how our class continues to fight battle after battle to smash the old and build the new. And we won another battle, see the enemy fall. But don't it seem paltry and don't it seem small? Still the enemy besets us and blocks our advance. But the times cry out, here's the rose now dance. In the early 60s, against increasing exploitation, the people rose up to change the situation. Despite revisionist betrayal of this massive upsurge, a new quality in small quantity from the movement emerged. And we won another battle, see the enemy fall. But don't it seem paltry and don't it seem small? Still the enemy besets us and blocks our advance. But the times cry out, here's the rose now dance. They said don't turn off the people by making a scene, or you isolate the left from the mainstream. But we boldly shouted, down with imperialism, down with the lackeys, down with revisionism. And we won another battle, see the enemy fall. But don't it seem paltry and don't it seem small? Still the enemy besets us and blocks our advance. But the times cry out, here's the rose now dance. There were still lots of questions, but we never shied, for we had Marxism, Leninism, an invincible guide. The trend of unity of Marxist-Leninists irresistibly spread, and defending Marxism, we marched ahead. And and we won another battle, see the enemy fall. But don't it seem paltry and don't it seem small, still the enemy besets us and blocks our advance. But the times cry out, here's the rose now dance. Marxists and petty bourgeois clans, they all did their best to upset our plans. But they could not stop us, nor could the state attacks, nor the jailing of comrades who dared to fight back. And we won another battle, see the enemy fall. But don't it seem paltry and don't it seem small, still the enemy besets us and blocks our advance. But the times cry out, here's the rose now dance. Driven into a frenzy, the state and agent provocateurs into our ranks, thinking to stop us for sure. But their hope for easy victory was just a pipe dream, as we smashed the opportunists and exposed their schemes. And we won another battle, see the enemy fall. But don't it seem paltry and don't it seem small, still the enemy besets us and blocks our advance. But the times cry out, here's the rose now dance. Our so-called Marxist Leninist and a dogma that's pure, but all they could show us was a gross caricature. Safeguard our independence, the opportunists did say, but the working class answered back, make the rich pay. And we won another battle, see the enemy fall. But don't it seem paltry and don't it seem small, still the enemy besets us and blocks our advance. But the times cry out, here's the rose now dance. They unfurled their yellow banner called Mao Zedong thought, and gleefully shouted that we had been caught. Whenever loyal to Marxism we stood our ground, but the venom of our party brought Mao Zedong thought down. And we won another battle, see the enemy fall. But don't it seem paltry and don't it seem small, still the enemy besets us and blocks our advance. But the times cry out, here's the rose now dance. The road has been long, but learn from our class, the proletarian revolution is a practical task. Here is our banner and here is our task, defend the Marxist-Leninist party as the vanguard of the class. And we won another battle, see the enemy fall. But don't it seem paltry and don't it seem small, still the enemy besets us and blocks our advance. But the times cry out, here's the rose now dance.
All right, folks. Now I have 3 super chats that I've received. If you have any more questions, please send them, because I'm here to answer your questions. So, I got 3 questions here. No rumble rants, but 3 super chats. So send more super chats, please, because the night is young and I've got plenty more energy. And I might keep going, and I might just play more music for you all or something. So send me more questions, please. First question, have you ever taken an IQ test? I probably did at some point. I don't remember, and I don't care. And I really, I don't want to get bitter. I work very, very, very hard to not be bitter, but I absolutely hate the American educational system. My elementary school experience sucked. My junior high experience sucked. My high school experience sucked, and my college experience sucked. I think that I know some shit. I think that I'm a pretty high achieving, successful person, but the American educational system has never treated me as such. I'll just tell you as much. And, I look at the life that I've lived, and I look at what I've done and all of that, and it makes me rather bitter about the grades I got in school, about the opportunities that I received, about the way I was viewed by my teachers and classmates. And, it makes me rather bitter. I don't know what more to say about it. And I don't want to be bitter. I really don't want to be bitter. I have worked very, very hard to not be bitter, because nothing good comes out of a desire for revenge. Nothing good comes out of a jealous or a resentment feeling. You know what I'm saying? you want to just embrace the creative power within yourself, and you want to embrace your pro-growth and life-oriented sentiments, and you want to shine the light within you out into the world. That's what you want to do, right? That's what you want to do. And if your motivation is vengeance, if your motivation is to control other people, if your motivation is, you're not going to do good things. So on that basis, I really try not to dwell on the bitterness that I have. But you're asking me if I taken an IQ test. I'm sure I did along the way somewhere. And it probably didn't call me a genius, but I think if you look at what I've done, if you look at all the books I've written, you look at all the dramatic, I'm risking my life in Yemen. I'm hanging out with multiple presidents, hanging out with President Putin, hanging out with President Riazi. Donald Trump called me his favorite reporter because I interacted with him. You look at my resume, I think I've done pretty well in this world. You look at all the people that are watching this right now, I'd say I'm a pretty darn successful person, but, that never showed up on any test that I was given. I'll just tell you that much. And, who cares? Who cares? It doesn't really matter. And that's the other thing. I will tell you all that, at the end of the day, right, I know a lot of people that have low wage jobs in which they're very, very, very unhappy. And they have college degrees. They've got master's degrees, PhDs, and they have low wage jobs and they're miserable. There's quite a few people like that I know, and I know people who are really, really smart and passionate about what they do and are doing very well. It doesn't really matter, right? I've told this story many, many times about the United Nations and when I worked in the UN press corps at the UN. I'm still part of it, but I don't work literally in the building anymore. And I was in the press building. I had an office at the UN, and I would hang out at the UN bar, drinking coffee or whatever with people from Press TV, or I'm sorry, Press TV was who I worked for, but with people from ABC and NBC. And these were people who went to Harvard and Yale. And these are supposed to be the smartest people in America. Stanford. These are the people, to be the CBS News desk or the ABC, NBC, NPR desk for mainstream media at the UN. That's a really highly competitive job to get. And I would sit with these people, and they were not brilliant. And especially if their field was the United Nations, right? You would think that they would know the other side of the story when it came to Syria, the other side of the story when it came to Ukraine. These people had absolutely no knowledge that another view existed. It never occurred to them that there is more to the story about Ukraine. There's more to the story about Syria. There's more to the story about Iran or Russia. These people were just the most mainstream. It never occurred to them to question anything. And that's why they were where they were. That's why they got straight A's. That's why they got those positions, right? Because they never questioned anything. If they questioned things, they would never have gotten those positions. Our American educational system is designed to cultivate you to be a non-thinking, non-questioning person. When I was in college, I remember I took a history class. And the history class, they didn't ask you questions. Right? It was interesting. The tests did not have questions on them. The test was a series of names or places. And you were to just write whatever you knew about them. It was just it would say Georgia, right? The country. They just say Georgia for the state, right? Maybe it wouldn't even tell you. And your job was to just write whatever about that. And the problem with that is that it was basically, they didn't want you to know anything about the topic other than what they told you. Because if you put Georgia in front of somebody, first of all, I don't know if they're talking about the country or the state, the U.S. state, right? There's a country in Europe, Central Asia. There's a state in the U.S. South. I don't know which one it is. And on top of that, right, I could talk about the peaches. I could talk about the U.S. Civil War, slavery. I could talk about the capital city of Atlanta. I could talk about all kinds of things. Well, if you talked about anything that wasn't what they had said, you didn't get the grade. Now, that's basically just designed. It's like if you know anything about Georgia other than the words that came out of your teacher's mouth, so that right there, and it's like, who does well on a test like that? Somebody who doesn't give a fuck about Georgia, who doesn't care, doesn't know anything, who would never look into anything about Georgia unless that came out of their teacher's mouth. That's who does well on that test. That's a crime. That's criminal. So anyway, if I continue on this thing, I'm going to be bitter. And I got to tell you, don't be bitter. All right. I listen to Wallace Waddles every day. I've listened to The Science of Getting Rich, The Science of Being Great, How to Promote Yourself, The New Christ. Wallace Waddles, the early 20th century socialist, is amazing. And I would really encourage you to listen to him because he will reprogram your mind about how to be optimistic, how to promote a pro-growth, abundance socialism. You know what I mean? And I just listened. I have the audiobook of all of his books on loop, and I just listened to it. And I work very hard to not be bitter, not be resentful, but instead be focused on growing and building. And I really do not understand people who, well, anyway, I am growth oriented. I want more. I want CPI to have thousands of members, to have huge events all over the country. Yep. Yes, sirree, Bob. That is what I want. So I want growth. I want expansion, and I am not ashamed of that. I'll just tell you that much. I am all about building and construction and spreading the light of innovationism all throughout this country so that we can build a real movement to save our country from the emerging low-wage police state. What do we need, folks? What do we need? What do we need? We need a government of action to fight for working families. Say this over and over and over again. You got to know what you want. You got to picture and envision what you want. You got to know what you want. You got to say it. We need a government of action to fight for working families. We need a government of action to fight for working families. We need a government of action to fight for working families. We need a government of action to fight for working families. We need a government of action to fight for working families. We need a government of action to fight for working families. We need a government of action to fight for working families. We need a government of action to fight for working families. We need a government of action to fight for working families. We need a government of action to fight for working families. We need a government of action to fight for working families. There we go. Next question. You're on to something great, Caleb. On to better things. We are pioneers. We are blazing new trail. We are doing very, very, very exciting things. And I am so proud of what we are doing. I mean, if you look at that, I'm not going to show it again on here because I've shown it on here several times. But look at the What Did CPI Do This Year video. Look at that again. Who has done anything remotely close to what we have done? Who? Right? We're going to international youth festivals. We're talking with the Russian president. We're having workshops in LA and Los Angeles about North Korea and peace with North Korea. We are marching around the streets of Manhattan with a big, huge banner that says only peace can make America great again and has Trump and Kim shaking hands. We are going to court with the Uhuru 3 and standing with them and raising their case and having UN press conferences about their case. Who is doing anything near what we're doing? Who? Nobody. Right? You think some streamer is, this guy who streams and talks shit about a bunch of people, he does that. Oh, okay. No one is doing anything near what we're doing. We handed out 1,000 books, 1,000 copies of the Kamala Harris book and 1,000 copies of Do You Believe in Growth, the Democrat National Convention. 2,000 copies of our books were handed out. We went to Libertarian Party convention and we blanketed the place in pamphlets. Do you believe in growth? We did that, right? We like, if you look at everything CPI did this year, holy crap, nobody does anything close to what we do, right? Nobody does anything close to what CPI does. We have a growth mindset. We have an abundance mindset. We were out there with Peace MAGA. My Kamala Harris book became a national news story, right? Every channel, George Galloway, Jimmy Dore, Kim Iverson, they were all talking about our CPI book that exposed the truth about Kamala Harris. We were 4 years ahead of the game. The day Kamala Harris became the nominee, they pulled our book from Amazon and it exploded. We are on fire. CPI, like no one can come close to CPI. I'm not boasting, I'm being honest with you. And the only reason that certain people can't see that is because they don't even understand why this is important, right? They don't understand why Peace MAGA is important. They don't understand why marching around the streets of New York City with only peace can make America great again is important. They don't understand why handing out 2,000 books at the Democratic Convention is important. They don't understand why blanketing the Democratic or the Libertarian Party Convention with "Do You Believe in Growth" books is important. They don't understand why this shit is important. So let them. There's a lot of people who think that you can be a revolutionary and just do this. I'm sorry, folks. Being a revolutionary is not doing this. And you know, if you think that that's what being a revolutionary is, there are certain organizations out there that are perfect for you, right? You know, I mean, if you think being a revolutionary is watching a streamer talking shit about whoever the streamer is fighting with, retweeting memes that streamer makes, you know, if that's what you think is going to change the world, is going around like this. Oh, wow, that's based. Oh, shut up, faggot. So-and-so disagreed with my favorite streamer. He must be a faggot. If that's what you think a revolutionary is, go join the ACP. That's what they are. That's what the ACP is, right? You can do this, you know, you can feel super revolutionary. They're doing that. I mean, they're doing that. They are way better at that than we are. I swear, you know, my hat off to the ACP. They are really good at this. I am so cool. Look at my phone. Oh my God, look what Haas just did. They're so good at that. So, you know, we can't hold a candle. I'm honest. We are nowhere near them when it comes to staring into their phone and being part of a fandom. They did nothing for Uhuru. Nothing for Uhuru. They don't support Uhuru. You know, they have done absolutely nothing. But, you know, they're really good. They're really good at that. So, you know, if you think that that's good, you don't belong in CPI. You belong with them. To be fair, we do allow dual membership. All right, we do. But if you think that, you know, that's where the energy is, you know, good luck to you, yeah, they have a virtual Politburo, Caleb. Respect. Yeah. What, you know, there you go. Yeah. I mean, I don't know about you all, but I've never heard of any American political party that had a Politburo. You know, the word Politburo is not in the English language. It's a Russian word, you know. But hey, good luck to them, you know? I mean, they're on the Politburo. It seems like every member of the group I've ever met tells me, Caleb, I'm on the Politburo. Good for you. I'm so impressed. Wow. You know, there you go. Good luck, you know, but yeah, I mean, the sad thing is though, that they don't even understand why any of what we did is important, right? They don't even understand why supporting the Uhuru movement is important. They don't even understand any of that. And it's like, if people don't understand why, if the U.S. government raids the homes of blacks revolutionaries and accuses them of being Russian agents, it might be a good idea to stand with them. Why are we talking to them? Right. And it's like that, you know, if people don't understand why marching around the streets of New York City with a big banner that says only peace can make America great again, why that's important, why are you engaging with them? Like they're speaking a different language, right? These are people that are, again, they're doing this. We're doing other things that are a little bit different. We're offering a different product. So, hey, if you want to buy an orange, go buy an orange. And if you want to buy an apple, go buy an apple. But the more we engage with them, the more they might figure out what they need to be doing or what might be more productive. And they'll do it in some way designed to malign and exclude us. So there's really no point in us engaging them or even criticizing them, right? I don't care what they're doing. I don't want to hear about it because it's like they don't care, right? I mean, anyway, I've said too much already. Anyway, thanks, Gabby. You got me fired up. Deep dive into Gus Hall. So this is interesting, right? Carter, there's a lot that I can say here. And there's only two more. Well, there's a few more super chats that have come in, but yeah, keep the super chats rolling in. Give me something to talk about. But I can say a lot about this. So I've lived in New York City for the past like 13, 14 years. And when I first moved to this city, I was always selling the Workers' World newspaper. I would walk around, in the nice weather, not in the wintertime. I would walk around Washington Square Park selling Workers' World. I would walk around, Union Square selling Workers' World. I was constantly selling Workers' World newspaper. They're Manhattan, right? Nowadays, it's really, really expensive to live in Manhattan. It didn't always used to be very expensive. And there's a lot of older folks who live in Manhattan, and because of rent control, they moved here in the 70s and the 80s when the rent was not insane. And because of rent control, their rent is still like somewhat reasonable. Like they're paying $900, and they live in Manhattan. And those people, a lot of them are in the Communist Party or were in the Communist Party. In fact, I met a lot of people. See, here's the thing. During McCarthyism, I saw a report during McCarthyism where, after the Communist Party had been illegal and forced underground temporarily and all of that, the FBI came forward and they said the Communist Party has 10,000 members still. 2/3 of them live in Manhattan. And that is the truth. That is the truth. I mean, the Communist Party USA, even now, I will say, I mean, not really anymore, but even now, they own a big building on 23rd Street. SEIU, the local union, they're always having events at the SEI Union Hall because they're that well connected, right? At the SEI Union Hall on 42nd Street and 8th, they'll have events about Venezuela. They'll have events, about Cuba. Why? Because somebody in the Communist Party is well connected enough at the SEIU union that they can make the phone call and they can get the building reserved. And that's a really nice building, the SEIU Union Hall. They had a memorial service for Hugo Chavez when he died there. The Communist Party in New York City, I'll just say this, New York City is a lot more like Europe than the rest of America. In the rest of America, the Communist Party, what? But in France, the Communist Party is a big deal, right? In Germany, the Communist Party or various communist parties have a decent amount of influence. New York City is a little bit more like Europe. And in the 70s and 80s, but especially in the 1920s and 30s, the Communist Party had 2 city council seats in Harlem, right? And they had a seat in the House of Representatives. 2 members of the New York City Council, Benjamin Davis, who was African-American, and Peter Cashoni, who was Italian-American, were on the New York City Council representing Harlem, and Vito Marcantonio, who was not technically in the Communist Party, was like a really close friend, was part of the American Labor Party. He was in the House of Representatives. So like Harlem was like under their political control. They won the elections in Harlem. Vito Marcantonio, Peter Cashoni, Benjamin Davis, in the fifth up into the 50s and until the FBI crushed them, they were a big deal. From like the 20s to the 50s, they were a really, really big deal. And then in the 70s and 80s, they were still a force to be reckoned with, right? And in New York City in particular, you know, they were still a force to be reckoned with. You know, they were still a force to be reckoned with. So Gus Hall, I guess this is a long roundabout way of telling you about Gus Hall. Gus Hall was the leader of the Communist Party USA after it was like re-legalized, right? So Gus Hall was originally from Minnesota. His parents were both founding members of the Communist Party, and they were immigrants from Finland. And Gus Hall, he spent most of his life in Ohio, and he was a steel worker in Ohio. And the Communist Party organized what was called the Steel Worker Organizing Committee that eventually unionized the steel industry in the United States in the lead up to World War II, 1938, 39. Finally, during World War II, the steel industry was unionized by United Steelworkers. The Communist Party worked very, very hard to make that happen. And the steel strikes, the little steel strike of 1939, and the steel strikes were quite epic battles. Gus Hall was a leader of the Steel Workers Union. He was also a member of the Communist Party. He lived in Niles, Ohio, which is a suburb of Youngstown, Ohio. And he was a steel worker, and he was a communist. And he was just, he was a prominent communist leader and steel worker. And when the Communist Party was crushed by the FBI, they put the entire national board of the Communist Party in federal prison. Gus Hall was, he tried to flee to Mexico, and he fled the United States to Mexico. He was extradited from Mexico. So he got a longer prison sentence than everybody else because he had fled the country, and he did a little bit more time in prison. All the big fights in the Communist Party happened in 1956. 1956 was, that was the year that the Khrushchev revelations came out. 1957, the Communist Party became legalized again, and then they had a public fight over the Khrushchev revelations. Gus Hall was still in jail, if I understand correctly. He was still in prison at that time. So because he was in prison, he was not in the middle of all of that. All right, so the way the Communist Party went, 1956, Khrushchev comes out and says everything about Stalin is true. Stalin was an evil dictator, whatever. So William Z. Foster and his followers, they supported Stalin. And William Z. Foster was forced into like an early retirement, chairman emeritus, and they lost the vote, right? Then there was a guy named John Gates, and John Gates basically wanted to cut ties with the Soviet Union because of the Stalin stuff. He said that, that because of the Khrushchev revelations, the Soviet Union's no good. We want to merge with the Socialist Party, just become a mass party of socialism. There was the centrist position, which was held by a guy named Eugene Dennis. And Eugene Dennis said, keep our tie to the Soviet Union, but go along with Khrushchev. Gus Hall aligned himself with Eugene Dennis. And so the William Z. Foster faction, they were either kicked out or some of them just kind of went along with things and dropped their position. Foster was forced to retire. And the Gates people, they were kicked out of the party because they refused to stop publishing anti-Soviet Union articles in the Daily Worker. So after 1956, 57, the Communist Party was very small, but it was defined by its relationship with the Soviet Union. It was the pro-Soviet group because, Eugene Dennis and Gus Hall took the Soviet position. Eugene Dennis died of a heart attack, and Gus Hall became the leader of the Communist Party. And he'd been the leader of the Communist Party in Ohio, and he moved to New York City. And he was Mr. Communism until his death. He died in the year 2000, and he was Mr. Communism. Gus Hall was a very tall man. He was very large. He was of Finnish heritage. And he was the Communist Party boss from the time of like the early 60s after Eugene Dennis died until his death. And the thing that Gus Hall did was the Communist Party, even in those days, was largely a party of old folks. It was a party of, people who could remember the 1930s. The 1930s was the height of the Communist Party's strength in America. And Gus Hall reminded people of the good old days, right? That the party, even in his day, it was a party of old folks. And that even like 1960s radicals will tell you that. Like hippies from the 60s would say the Communist Party seems like a party of old people. And that, you know, that going to a Communist Party event was almost like going to church. And the young people there kind of didn't want to be there. And it was the older people remembering the good old days. It was like going to a church service, you know, for like an old timey, like, you know, mainline Protestant church. It was like going to Presbyterian church or going to Lutheran church, right? It was like you go to the Communist Party USA meeting, and they had the tradition of they would do like a public meeting every Friday where they'd have speeches. They printed the Daily Worker. I think it was called the People's World, the People's Daily World, and then it just became the People's World. It was weekly, People's Weekly World. They had a newspaper. They had Friday night meetings. They published a lot of books. They would buy time on the radio where they would play like little ads advertising themselves. And it was this group of elderly folks who remembered the 1930s. Well, Gus Hall reminded people of the 1930s because he was a big guy. He was physically large, and he was a steel worker, and he used a lot of like labor union working class terminology. For example, he would use the term working class as an adjective. If he liked something, he'd say, that's a real working class way of doing things. Or this guy has a working class approach. He used the term working class as a positive adjective, right? If somebody did something well, they're saying, you're doing that the working class way. He did it in a working class way. Well, he got that from William Z. Foster. That was William Z. Foster who talked that way. William Z. Foster was the guy who was the leader of the Communist Party in its radical years. And William Z. Foster was a steel worker, a militant organizer. Gus Hall was like a Foster imitator. He took on the mannerisms of Foster. He talked like Foster, and he would tell stories, right? William Z. Foster was very famous for telling stories, telling funny stories and anecdotes about battles on the picket line and stuff like that. And that was Gus Hall. Gus Hall studied under William Z. Foster. He'd been a steelworker organizer, and he learned William Z. Foster's mannerisms. And Gus Hall was younger than the people from William Z. Foster's generation, but he was keeping the dream alive very much. He was like, and he didn't even support William Z. Foster. He'd been in prison, and he'd aligned with Eugene Dennis, and he denounced Stalin, and he supported the Soviet Union, but he took on the Foster mannerism. And the people who stayed with the Communist Party were mostly Foster supporters, right? So the Communist Party, during the early 30s, William Z. Foster had been the leader of it. But then William Z. Foster had a massive heart attack, and Earl Browder, became the leader because William Z. Foster's health was not good. And under Earl Browder's leadership, they pivoted into the Popular Front, where they were anti-fascist, and they kind of watered down the politics. And there was like a clear, rivalry between Earl Browder's, anti-fascist liberals and William Z. Foster's trade unionists. There was almost like two parties existed. You had William Z. Foster and his labor union militants, guys who were into labor organizing and strikes and militancy, who were very working class. They called them roughnecks, and they would use foul language, 4-letter words, and they were into fighting on the picket line and wearing their labor union jackets. They were union militants. And then you had a layer of people that were Broadway actors and musicians and writers and anti-fascists. Right? You had these kind of anti-fascist, free-thinking intellectuals who were aligned with Earl Browder. And then you had the labor union militants who were aligned with Foster. After World War II, McCarthyism started, and all of those liberals quit. They quit in droves. In the late 1930s, joining the Communist Party was a very trendy thing to do if you were a liberal, because Roosevelt was the president and he was aligned with the Communist Party. The Soviet Union was against the Nazis. So all kinds of liberals joined the Communist Party, and the Communist Party watered down its beliefs very significantly to appeal to liberals and to anti-fascist liberals. Whereas, William Z. Foster and his labor union crew of people, they were always much more radical. They were always slightly more radical than the Communist Party. They wanted to do illegal things in strikes. They kind of celebrated violence on the picket line. And, you almost had two communist parties that existed. After McCarthyism set in, all the Earl Browder people, almost all of them quit. They just resigned because they didn't want to get their careers destroyed by McCarthyism. So the people who stayed in the Communist Party, they tended to be labor union militants. They tended to be people that were Foster supporters, people who looked up to William Z. Foster, had been steel workers or auto workers or meat packers, and had been organized into the militant labor unions of William Z. Foster. Gus Hall was much younger than they were, right? He was like a very young man in the 1930s who had been a steel worker, but he took on the persona of William Z. Foster. He talked about working class as an adjective. He talked about scuffles and fistfights on the picket line. He told cute stories. His persona was that working class militant unionist persona. This is important. Gus Hall, the sad thing about Gus Hall is that he was almost like his whole existence was nostalgia, right? He was reminding people of the good old days of the 30s, right? And that's what the Communist Party was. And especially after McCarthyism, the Communist Party, it was made up of people who had sacrificed a lot. Okay. And it's hard to not get emotional here, but it was made up of people who endured a huge amount of persecution for their beliefs. And Gus Hall was there to say that it was all worth it. Right. And so he was there to say the dream is still alive. You didn't sacrifice for nothing. That's what he was there to say. One story that I heard, it's going to be hard for me to tell this story without crying. I heard this story from a communist in Cleveland. And the story was that when Gus Hall came to Cleveland, Ohio for his 1980 presidential campaign. It was the last time he ran for president. It was, I think, 1984. But when he ran for president, 1980, 1984, he came to Cleveland and he gave a speech like he always did for his presidential campaign. During his, after his speech, a man walked up to Gus Hall, and it was this older man who was about, was older than Gus Hall was. And he went up to Gus Hall and he said, Gus, I couldn't do it. I couldn't do it. I got scared of the FBI. I was afraid that I was going to go to jail and no one would be able to take care of my kids while I was in jail. And I burned my party card. And I turned against the party. And I'm sorry. And I just couldn't do it. I just couldn't do it anymore. And I quit the party. I burned my party card. I turned against the party, and I'm sorry. I'm really, really sorry that I did that. And Gus Hall put his hands around the guy and said, it's okay, comrade. You did what you could do, and I did what I could do. And we all have different ways to contribute. And that story in and of itself kind of tells you how important Gus Hall was. And it's weird because Gus Hall is a complicated figure. He wasn't all good. And I'm going to get to the negative aspect, but he was he was there to say to these old communists who had gone to prison, who had had their lives destroyed by the FBI, that the dream was still alive, right? And his whole persona, the way he presented himself, it was like if William Z. Foster was still alive, it was like William Z. Foster was still alive. He was saying that all the sacrifice and all the persecution we endured during McCarthyism and what we believed in during the Stalin years, what we believed in during the 1930s, that's still alive. And it wasn't for nothing. And so that's why Gus Hall, you have to, every criticism you want to make of Gus Hall, it has to be understood in that light. Okay. He was not just himself. He was an icon. He was a figure. He's like the Pope or like like the way like a very Catholic person might relate to somebody who's wearing a priest's outfit, right? It's like he was a symbol. He was a symbol a lot more than he was a person, right? He was a symbol of the good old days. He was a symbol of everything those folks had been through. That said, he wasn't a very good speaker. He was a very dull speaker. A lot of his speaking was he would just read speeches. He would just read out loud speeches that were very dull. And, you know, he was kind of a reformist. One thing is that, you know, he had been in federal prison for quite some time. I think he did 8 years in federal prison. And I mean, he was terrified of the FBI and he was terrified of the government, and they had him right where they wanted him, right? I mean, you know, they were basically, I mean, it's now revealed that Morris Childs, who was on the national board of the Communist Party, was an FBI informant, and that there were hundreds of FBI informants in the Communist Party. After 1951, 52, the FBI completely controlled the Communist Party. And Gus Hall probably knew that on some level. He wasn't stupid, you know, and Gus Hall was absolutely terrified of the Communist Party being outlawed again. And anytime anything happened that was slightly radical or endangering, they went in the opposite direction. And Gus Hall was very much the king of vote for the Democrats. We got to vote for the Democrats. We got to vote for the Democrats because if the Republicans get in, we're all going to go to jail again. Right. And his mantra was their belief was basically that the Democrats would keep the Communist Party legal and the Republicans would throw them all in prison again. And he was very much traumatized by his prison experience, and the FBI was in the group. I don't know that Gus Hall necessarily knew Morris Childs was an FBI agent, but Gus Hall was not going to do anything that would rock the boat. I'll just tell you that much. That the Gus Hall was going to make sure the Communist Party towed the line. They were going to register people to vote for the Democrats. They were going to have people sign petitions for peace, and they were not going to go to prison. You know, and that was, you know, that was Gus Hall's party. When the Black Panthers, you know, emerged, they immediately denounced them. They said this must be an FBI scheme because they're carrying guns and this is an FBI scheme. Later, the Communist Party and the Black Panthers became friendly with each other. After Nixon was elected, the Communist Party, you know, was aligned with the Soviet Union, and the Black Panthers, you know, saw Nixon launch COINTELPRO against them. And so they entered like an alliance. They formed a national committee to combat fascism. And the Communist Party and the Black Panthers were actually able to get along with each other and have an alliance in 1969 after Nixon was elected. But prior to that, the Communist Party said, Black Panthers, they're all just a bunch of FBI agents. Anyone who would march around with guns, anyone who would talk about communism and revolution must be an agent. The way the Communist Party operated during the Gus Hall years, for the most part, was that they were a very secretive organization, that it was join your local Democratic Party club and work your butt off for the Democrats and, you know, whisper to the other Democrats that you're a communist and try to give the other Democrats a copy of the People's Weekly World. And that'll make the Democrats start to think that maybe the communists are not so bad. That's basically what the Communist Party did throughout Gus Hall's time. Is it was very secretive, and it very much operated under the assumption that anybody who did anything publicly in the name of communism was an FBI agent. And they were traumatized by FBI persecution, and, you know, they printed some books and they published a newspaper, and they had a network of people who campaigned like hell for the Democrats. There is a brief exception to this, which is after Richard Nixon was elected, the Black Panthers were rising, and the Soviet Union took kind of a radical turn because the USA was losing in Vietnam. In the early 70s, there was kind of a wave of anti-colonial revolutions. The USA was losing in Vietnam. So out of the blue, they picked a new public spokesperson for the Communist Party, Angela Davis. Angela Davis was an African-American philosophy professor from, was originally born in Atlanta, Georgia, spent most of her life in West Germany studying under the Frankfurt School, with Herbert Marcuse, moved back to UCLA, got fired from UCLA for being a communist because you couldn't be a communist and be employed by the state of California. And they just kind of made Angela Davis the boss of the Communist Party, because at that point, the Soviet Union said to the American Communist Party, the black struggle is where it's at. And that's true. The labor union movement in the United States was not very radical and was pretty anti-communist in those days. And Gus Hall, he was like a representative of when the labor union movement had been run by the Communist Party. Angela Davis was the symbol of the black struggle. She was never in the Black Panthers. She provided the Black Panthers with political education. She was in the Communist Party. And they basically made Angela Davis the public face of the Communist Party. And Angela Davis, was a black activist and a philosophy, professor. And, Angela Davis, she, the Communist Party, because the Soviet Union was moving in a more radical direction, they had to kind of put Angela Davis in the front, and they had to start promoting themselves. And there's actually a pamphlet called, after the 1972 election, Gus Hall wrote this pamphlet called Lame Duck in Turbulent Waters, basically saying their big mistake was voting for the Democrats. They should have been building the Communist Party. And you read it, it sounds like they actually wanted to build a real Communist Party. And for like the early 70s, from like 70, 71, 72 up until like 78, 79, the Communist Party was in kind of a radical way of being. They seemed much more radical because the Soviet Union was pushing them to be much more radical. And because the black struggle was, they had been a party that was formed to be a party of the labor movement, but because of the Soviet Union and because of the United States and everything, they were pivoting to become a party of the black struggle. And because of that, they had to have Angela Davis be the public spokesperson. And on top of that, they had to sound more radical. And it's kind of interesting because I'd like to, I never will get the chance, but someday I'd like to interview Angela Davis and ask her, hey, Angela, tell me about your relationship with Reverend Jim Jones. Right? Because it's true. Angela Davis was a good friend of Reverend Jim Jones, the Kool-Aid man, the mass suicide man. Why? Because Reverend Jim Jones was this pastor in San Francisco who was pro-Soviet, and he had a black church, a mostly black church, and he put out a pro-Soviet message. Angela Davis was good friends with Reverend Jim Jones. She went over to his apartment. When he was in Jonestown, she would call in and they would play her broadcasts over the radio in Jonestown. She'll never talk about that now. And she's anti-communist for the most part now. She loves Kamala Harris, and she led a break with the Communist Party. She split the Communist Party after the fall of the Soviet Union. She formed committees of correspondence. But in the 70s, she was good friends with Jim Jones because Jim Jones was this pastor in San Francisco who was pro-Soviet and supported the Black Panthers and formed this church that was like dedicated to black liberation and believed in supporting the Soviet Union and stuff like that. And Angela Davis, as the representative of the pro-Soviet party in America, she had to have a relationship with him. Angela Davis was friendly with a lot of different people. That there was kind of a, in the 70s, there was kind of a layer of people in America that were pro-Soviet. Right? It was not as big as you might think, but it was decently big, right? It was, and in New York City, they had a lot of influence in the labor movement. They had a lot of influence in among black activists, the NAACP, and there were a lot of people involved in Democratic Party leftist stuff who knew the Communist Party and were friendly to the Communist Party. and that was Angela Davis. And so the Communist Party, Gus Hall was much more, and from what I understand, Gus Hall and Angela Davis did not get along with each other. And Gus Hall very much resented Angela Davis, and he considered Angela Davis to be kind of stealing the spotlight from him. And that, like, Angela Davis was young and sexy, and Angela Davis was always kind of a postmodernist. She gave the Soviet line in the 70s. The 70s and 80s, she was the main public face of the Communist Party, and she gave the Soviet line, but she was always kind of a postmodernist. And then after the fall of the Soviet Union, Angela Davis denounced Marxism-Leninism, and she led like half the Communist Party to leave and form committees of correspondence, which was like a social democratic group that was formed where, Gus Hall, on the other hand, he said, no, I'm a Marxist-Leninist until the end. And Gus Hall and the Communist Party was under Gus Hall's leadership until Gus Hall died in the year 2000. After Gus Hall died, Sam Webb, who was his successor, allowed committees of correspondence members to rejoin. And many of the current leaders of the Communist Party are people who quit the Communist Party during the 1990s with Angela Davis. Kind of interesting. There's a lot of people in the current leadership of the Communist Party who were Angela Davis people who quit. And so that's a whole interesting, weird story in and of itself. But Gus Hall, there was a layer of people who were loyal to Gus Hall, who were kind of his inner circle. Rick Nagin was the leader in Ohio, and he's still alive. And it's funny because when I was in Ohio, Rick Nagin, he was the leader of the Communist Party. I was in the Workers' World Party, and there was like this rivalry because the Communist Party always thought any other Communist Party was the FBI. And Rick Nagin was kind of rude to us and all of that. But it's funny because Rick Nagin has now been expelled from the Communist Party because he still believes in communism. And the Communist Party is now just a totally woke group. And it's funny. I mean, they launched there was some internal drama. But from what I understand, Rick Nagin has been expelled from the Communist Party because, he's a real communist. Gus Hall would be expelled from the Communist Party as it currently exists because they're not communists anymore. They're woke people, right? And Gus Hall, he didn't go along with Angela Davis and just denounce Marxism-Leninism. He stuck to his guns, right? And like the Italian Communist Party liquidated after the fall of the Soviet Union and became Social Democrats. The British Communist Party liquidated after the fall of the Soviet Union. The Communist Party USA did not, because Gus Hall, he had made sacrifices and he was a true believer. And the people who wanted to liquidate and just kind of become a reformist party, they went with Angela Davis. And Gus Hall, there was a layer of people. It was a lot of those people who had been, in the labor movement. It's a layer of people who'd been through McCarthyism. They weren't going to back down, right? And that's who was loyal to Gus Hall. And it was like, Gus Hall was like a spiritual continuity to what William Z. Foster had done. And that's Gus Hall. He wasn't a very good speaker, a decent writer. His writing is much more clear. And that's one thing I like about the Communist Party. Even now, their writing is much more clear because they were always held to a higher standard of political professionalism than other communist parties were. Right? I don't know how to say this, but, the Communist Party always had to pretend to be a real political party. They weren't. After the 1950s, they were never really a political party in America. They never were a major, serious force to be reckoned with. But they had to pretend they were because they were the Soviet party. They were funded by the Soviet Union. They were aligned with the Soviet Union. So if you read their pamphlets, they always made much more coherent sense. They had real economic policies. They advocated. They had, they could state their positions. You buy one of the RCP, the Revolutionary Communist Party, the centerfold will be Bob Avakian rambling about philosophical bullshit that makes no sense. They were never like that. They always had to sound like a serious political party because they were the representatives of the Soviet franchise in America. And that's interesting. There's a book, that I can't take it down because my bookshelf is kind of broken. Read Out of the Movement to the Masses. I've got a lot about Gus Hall in there, right? I've got a lot about Gus Hall and Out of the Movement to the Masses. read Out of the Movement to the Masses. You'll learn all about the history of the Communist Party. And I talk a lot about Gus Hall and where he came from, and it's all in there. I would recommend that. But Gus Hall, you know, he was just an important figure. I mean, he was Mr. Communism in America. He was the spokesperson for communism from the time of the early 60s up until his death. And he kind of had to share the spotlight with Angela Davis for 2 decades. You know, that's Gus Hall. He's a complex figure. I will say Gus Hall, how do I put this? Gus Hall was keeping the dream of the 30s alive, was, you know, there to give hope and truth to a lot of people who had been through a huge amount of persecution. Gus Hall was very, very tame, and he'd been tamed. He was under complete control. He was an asset. The FBI controlled Gus Hall. Gus Hall was never going to do anything the FBI didn't approve of. Okay. And he was very much a conservatizing and restraining force among anti-imperialist activists in America. There's no way around that. And I don't know what to say. I mean, he was a lot of different things. But he was the one. He would defend the Soviet Union. He defended Soviet intervention in Afghanistan. He defended the Berlin Wall. He took the pro-Soviet position. And he was, when there was an opportunity to give the Soviet Union's perspective, he was there to give it. And he was there to testify about the great things the Communist Party had done in the 1930s when they represented the American labor movement. So he's a complex figure. He's a very complex figure. But he's worth studying, right? He's worth studying. He's worth studying. So that's what there is to know about Gus Hall. Anyhow, what I was saying earlier was, here's another side note about Gus Hall. Huge cult of personality. I mean, massive cult of personality. And it's funny because he embraced Khrushchev, who attacked cult of personality. But like every year, I mean, first of all, he had a very big, and this is the thing. I meet ex-communists in Manhattan. When I would go out and sell the newspaper, I would meet a lot of people who'd been in the Communist Party in the 70s and 80s and, gotten burned, left with Angela Davis or just quit or whatever. They would always bring up, I had hundreds of not hundreds, but many old communists would say to me, did you know that Gus Hall lived in a mansion out in Long Island? And that's true. He did. He did. He lived in a mansion in Long Island. That's true. His house in Long Island was very fancy and apparently had an elevator in it. Okay. And they would always say, and did you know he had an elevator in his mansion in Long Island? Yeah, that's true. Did you know that Gus Hall didn't drive himself? He had a personal driver. Yep, that's true. Well, the leader of the Soviet Union. I mean, the leader of the Soviet Communist Party had that. You think the leader of the Italian Communist Party didn't have a personal driver? So yes, Gus Hall, I mean, I don't know if he was a millionaire. I don't know. But he lived a pretty good life. There's this notion that if you live a comfortable life, you're not a real communist. The communism is about poverty. Well, that's not true. And actually the Communist Party, do they think Stalin lived in a trailer? Exactly. Right. Communism is not about worshiping poverty. And the Communist Party USA actually had a saying. They would say nothing is too good for the working class. Right. And that they even critiqued like this anti-opulence, anti-wealth stuff among the new left. They'd say nothing's too good for the working class. Nothing's too good for the working class. But yeah, Gus Hall, he lived in a mansion. I mean, he lived in a mansion. He had a personal driver. He had somebody who got paid to be his chauffeur. They'd always bring that up. And the other thing that they'd always bring up is that every year, I think this is funny. Every year on Gus Hall's birthday, I've heard this. I think this is funny. Every year on Gus Hall's birthday, the party would go out to his mansion in Long Island, and they would eat pancakes. And Gus Hall, they would have picnic tables set up, and all the people would go out, and it'd be hundreds of people would go out to Gus Hall's mansion. They set up picnic tables outside, and Gus Hall would make pancakes for everybody, right? And he would have the pancake griller there, and he would make pancakes. And everyone would line up, and they'd get pancakes on their plate. And Gus Hall would make pancakes for everybody. You know, and I don't know, maybe Gus Hall, I assume he called them flapjacks because that was the working class word. And that was Gus Hall's persona, was he was from Minnesota. He was a working class guy. Can I eat some flapjacks, right? And so he'd, you know, put pancakes on everyone's plates. And so he would serve everyone pancakes on his birthday. It was supposed to be a very humble thing the leader of the party would do. And then after he served everyone pancakes, after they were eating the pancakes, then everyone would get up and toast Gus Hall and give speeches about how amazing Gus Hall was. I kid you not. And the entire meal while they're eating their pancakes would be people getting up and saying, Gus Hall is so amazing. Gus Hall is the most amazing man who ever lived. Gus Hall is so amazing. Oh, here's a story about, and for hours they would speak about how great Gus Hall was. Now, the interesting thing about this is that, you know, I honestly see, we don't do anything like that now. Maybe that was probably overkill. That was a bit much, right? You know, but like, that's called filial piety. Okay. And in Asia, that's a really big thing. You look at Confucianism and all of that. And it's like the Khrushchevism in America has gotten so out of control. We don't have pictures of people we admire, right? We don't believe that heroes exist. We become cynical, and that, you know, like the part of the Confucian culture in Asia is like, you want your parent to be proud of you. The child kind of worships their parent. The student kind of worships their teacher. Right. And we have gotten to the point where we've gotten so far in the opposite direction that we immediately get triggered if we hear anything like that. Right. It's like, oh my God, it's a cult. And it's like, we've gotten so unhealthy. You need that in your life. I need that. I know that. If it wasn't for my relationship with God and my relationship with figures that I look up to, you know, I wouldn't be here. And that you need to have a filial heart. Right? You need to have a filial heart. You need, you know, and the way those communists were worshiping Gus Hall, that was not just for Gus, that was for them. All right. And it's really hard to admit that. Okay. Right. When you're a young person, when you're in your 20s, especially when you're a teenager, you don't feel that way. But as you get older, you realize those people that were getting up and praising Gus Hall, it wasn't just for Gus Hall, it was for them. Gus Hall meant something to them, and believing in communism and going out and working for the party and wanting Gus Hall to be proud of them. That was good for their mental health. That kept them centered psychologically, and it enabled them to focus, enabled them to find meaning. You need to be filial. You need to have a filial heart, right? If you want to be happy. And that's something that our culture is like trying to beat out of people. And it's part of the postmodernism and the anti-ideology thing. They try to teach you that having a filial heart is something you shouldn't do, right? That you know, you're being brainwashed or whatever. But in order to be happy, you need to have a filial heart, okay? And I've learned that. That's been a big part of my journey going through life. And I'm at the point where I don't care anymore. Right? I have been called every nasty name in the world. I've been called a cult leader. I've been called brainwashed. I've been called a Nazi. I don't care. I'm just telling you, if you want to be happy, you need to have a filial heart. Right? You do. You need to be able to look up in awe at something in the way that a child looks up to their parent. Right? You need parental transference in your life. Right? You need that. Right? Your libidinal impulses are necessary too. You need to rebel against your parents. You need to question authority. You need, you know, that's important. Your libidinal impulses are important, but your parental transference is also important, right? And if you're going to be happy, you need to have a filial heart, okay? And that may sound, you know, conservative. It may sound culty. I don't care. I don't care anymore. I really don't care anymore. I'm not in this to be popular. And if we're going to have an organization in CPI, there needs to be some sense of filialness. Not to me. I mean, you know, if you like me, if you want to praise me, that's great. I appreciate it, but it's not about me, right? We need, as an organization, people need to be working hard because they want to please other people in the group. People need to have ideals that they're trying to live up to. People need to have truths that they're striving for, right? Right. And that having a filial heart right? And looking up to someone, and that is part of mental health, and it's part of being human, right? And there's nothing wrong with it, and it's actually an essential part of any civilization. And it's part of why in the East they're rising and in the West we're falling apart, because we don't have that anymore, right? Our culture has amped up libidinal impulses like crazy, and we have negated and inoculated people against any sense of parental transference or against libidinalness. And that is why our culture is falling apart, because no one wants to do right anymore. No one wants to be good anymore, right? Everyone, no one has that, right? And that is an essential part of human identity, right? We libidinize like crazy, and we have just completely suppressed our parental transference instinct in Freudian terms, or our filial instincts and Confucian terms. And that's a problem. It's a problem, and it's hurting our civilization. And so, there was excessive worship of Gus Hall. I mean, excessive worship of Gus Hall. And it looks kind of gross now, right? When I hear the stories, about, the pancakes and they called it, apparently they did call him Uncle Gus at some point. Apparently I heard that I made a video a while back where I said that people called him Uncle Gus. And from what I understand, Joe Sims of the Communist Party saw that video and was angry about it. Okay. And like yelled at people, how dare he say that? And look, I'm telling you, I met him in Cleveland. There was an older guy in Cleveland. Craig was his name. I'm not going to say his last name, but that guy, he grew up in the Communist Party. His father had gone to prison, and Craig called him Uncle Gus, and he would get emotional every time Gus Hall's name came up. Craig, who grew up in the Communist Party in the 50s, Craig would like start crying practically whenever he thought about Uncle Gus. Uncle Gus, he called him, right? And it was Uncle Gus to Craig, right? Craig was this older man in Cleveland who'd been a communist, who'd grown up in the CPUSA in the 50s, and Gus Hall was Uncle Gus to Craig, and Gus Hall was a saint. And Craig had never been in the Communist Party, but he grew up, like his family were in it, and he was in absolute awe of Gus Hall. So I don't know. I mean, it's just, I don't know. It's interesting. It's interesting. And the Gus Hall stories that I heard, what else did I hear about Gus Hall? And then we can answer the other super chats that have come in. What else did I hear? There's a couple other Gus Hall stories out there. One of the other stories I heard about Gus Hall was that Gus Hall, that he won the lottery. And I actually looked this one up. There's news items about it. Gus Hall won the lottery at some point, but not a big payout. He won like a small jackpot in the lottery. And so the US media actually did like stupid stories like, oh, communist wins the lottery. That's not communist. He should give all the money back, and he liked to play the lottery. He won the lottery at one point. What else? I don't know. I don't know. I mean, that's about it. I don't know. The stories you hear of Gus Hall is that he was a very selfless, caring person who engaged in a lot of self-sacrifice and endured a lot of persecution. And he was more of an icon than he was, like, he represented something bigger than himself. His funeral was on C-SPAN when he died. He died in the year 2000, just after the 2000 election. And his funeral was on C-SPAN. Which is wild. So you can go to the C-SPAN archive and you can watch Gus Hall's funeral. So there you go. That was a deep dive into Gus Hall, Carter. There we go. All right. Destroying organized religion equals a way to make people accept earning too little to start a family. Wokeism is a corporate tool. Just have abortions and slave away. I agree with you. I think organized religion is a good thing. I will say that, I have argued that, I continue to go back to, I wear this ring and I read Thomas Carlyle. I think that you know, regular organized religion to some degree or other can be like an idol. Right. And that Thomas Carlyle tells the story in his book that he wrote, Heroes, Hero Worship, and the Heroic in History. He tells the story of why is it that all these ancient prophets destroyed idols, Moses and Jeremiah, and why did they all destroy idols? Well, do we really believe that ancient humans were stupid and that they thought they could just carve a piece of wood in their backyard and that would be God? No. When the idol was originally erected, it stood for a real truth. But generation after generation, that truth was forgotten. And the idol just became a routine. And so the prophet is sent to earth by God to smash the idol so that the truth that the idol once stood for can be rediscovered. Right? The idol originally was a way to connect man with the higher truth, but after a while it became a barrier blocking mankind from their connection with that higher truth. And so it's necessary for the prophet to destroy the idol. I think that in a lot of ways, organized religion can be like an idol, and that the Catholic Church and organized religion in general, in some cases, it can be a barrier to people finding the actual truth. And so, it's almost like communism as a movement. The anti-religiousness of communism was a necessary thing. It was necessary to sweep away the idol so that we could reconnect. You know what I'm saying? That the church and organized religion is very institutionalized. It's kind of lacking in passion in a lot of cases. And so because of that, people can't connect with the real spiritual truth that is there because there's this block in the way, right? People love to make fun of Joel Osteen. Joel Osteen has just become like the what do you call it? The whipping boy or the butt of every joke. But it's like, you look at Joel Osteen, right? The guy gets up there, he gives you a self-help pep talk, and he throws a few Bible verses into it, right? And he always starts with a joke. I always start with a joke. Why did the chicken cross the road? To get to the other side. That's right. Now, it's just pure, I don't know. You watch it, it's done in an almost passionless way, right? It's not very emotional, and it's just, he's reading from the teleprompter and he's going through the motions. And, you look at Joel Osteen, it's like, you can understand why somebody, if they thought that's what Christianity was, or that's what religion was, they'd be like, this is stupid, and that's kind of what idolatry really is. Idolatry is when religion becomes passionless, when it becomes without any meaning or principles, when it's just kind of, you're going through the motions, whatever, that can be a problem. So I do believe in religion. I do believe in Christianity. I do believe in God and all that, but I understand that sometimes organized religion can be an idol that blocks people's ability to really connect with the spiritual power and really embrace their creative energy, etc. So, it's a nuanced conversation. All right. You're a believer, so why not believe in special creation too? Surely a God who creates by using millions of animals dying of cancer and ripping throats apart is not worth worshiping. I don't understand your point there, Gavin. I mean, that sounds like you're getting to the problem of evil, right? If God exists, right, why does evil exist, right? I mean, why is any suffering existing in the world, right? That's the classic religious question. If God is all good, if God is all powerful and all good, the fact that evil and suffering exist in the world is supposed to disprove the existence of God, because God could just get rid of it at any point. Well, as those of us who've delved into this question are forced to acknowledge, God is not all powerful, right? I mean, God designed the universe with certain laws, and he gave man free will because of the fact that human beings were here to learn something, right? And that God wants to be loved. God needs our love for him, right? That, that God wanted us to glorify him with his existence, and he wanted us to choose to do it. He didn't just want to just make us do it. And so he put us on earth so that we can learn, right? And evil came into the world, and we have the ability to make choices, and the world is full of contradictions and all of that because it is necessary for us to come to the conclusion of loving God on our own, right? And it's necessary for us to glorify God's existence with our own choice and with our own behavior, right? And that God is not all powerful, and he set it up so he couldn't be all powerful, because if he was all powerful, we could never really come to love him on our own, and we could never learn what it is that we need to learn in the process, right? That it's like, the majority of our existence is not on this earth, right? If you think about it, right? If the soul is eternal, all right, if your soul is eternal, right? If your soul is eternal, the amount of time you spend on this earth is actually quite small in comparison to the existence of your soul. So why are you here? Why are you in the material world, right? I mean, if, the theory, you've got this soul that was here before, that's going to be here afterwards. What's the point of existence, right? I mean, why are you here? You're obviously here for a reason, right? We're here. This is like a challenge. Like life is like a giant puzzle that we're all supposed to go through. And, if we go through it and it's not challenging, there's no point. Like this life serves a purpose, right? It's a temporary phase of existence for, we have a material body, but if we have a spiritual body as well, right? Life, coming into the material world and living life serves a purpose of some kind. So that then raises the question, of what is that purpose? Well, we wouldn't learn anything if the world was perfect, right? If everything was clear, and then we wouldn't be learning anything. That whatever it is that we're in life doing, right, we wouldn't learn anything from it. It wouldn't pose any challenge if evil didn't exist. So that seems to be what your question is getting at. I don't understand, Gavin, why this specifically relates to Darwinian evolution and creation. I don't understand that. Forgive me. I mean, maybe I'm sure you mean something that I'm not getting, but it's like, it seems like you're asking, why does God exist? Why does God allow suffering to exist? And I'm giving you an answer about that, because this life with its suffering and all of that is not the only reality, and it has to serve a purpose. So anyway, that got weird. Anyway, can there be a successful space program if it's privately run, like Musk is trying to do? Good question. Let me put it this way. I think that there's no way that the government can't be heavily involved in the space program, right? I mean, think about it, right? I mean, even like the airlines, they're technically private, but we have the FAA, the Federal Aviation Administration, that is monitoring every airplane in the sky, right? We have the air traffic controllers, and I mean, it's like, technically, yes, the airlines are private. They're operated for profit, but they're very heavily facilitated by the state, right? Musk's private space program is going to be heavily facilitated by the state, no question about it. In theory, it will be operated to make profits, like SpaceX, right? Here's my thing, though, right? How profitable is space travel? Think about it, right? I mean, it's tourism, I guess, space tourism, right? But it's a really expensive form of tourism. Jeff Bezos went to space for fun, right? He can afford it, but other than the experience of going to space, what is the purpose? Right? So for space travel to be profitable, it's got to be a lot more cheap. It's got to be a lot cheaper. And it's going to have to eventually serve a purpose other than tourism. I think asteroid mining is something we shouldn't laugh off. I think that gathering and acquiring resources from space is something that is probably going to happen in our lifetime. I mean, at this point, China's already acquiring helium-3 from the moon. So the idea of mining asteroids or mining other planets, getting natural gas from other planets, getting minerals from other planets, I don't think that that's impossible. And I don't think it's unlikely. I don't think it's unlikely. I think it's very likely to happen. So I can see a private space force existing if we start mining asteroids, because obviously, if the government is mining helium-3 or mining, natural gas from Mars, somebody's going to have to own it, and they'll get a return on their investment. So the only way that private space stuff makes sense is if it gets a lot cheaper and it starts to serve another purpose other than just tourism. But as long as people are going to space for scientific purposes or for tourism or entertainment, it's not a viable model. It's not a viable market model. So there you go. NASA is a pretty strong argument. Again, NASA shouldn't work, right? I mean, the Soviet Union, apparently the government, state-run economies can't do anything. I don't know how Sputnik invented, and even NASA over here was government. It was state-run. It was part of the military-industrial complex, but it was state-run. I mean, and apparently the government can't do anything. I mean, it's just the free market stuff is pretty wild. I mean, the free market insanity that we have here in America, it's just nuts. I mean, it's just completely bonkers. It's completely bonkers, right? I have seen libertarians say no monopolies would exist if it wasn't for the government. No, in fact, one of the main functions of the government is to prevent monopolies, not for our benefit, but for the benefit of the market, because the economy stops when you have a monopoly, right? And that, like, the antitrust laws and all of that, there's all kinds of laws that exist to prevent or at least curb and restrict monopoly to some degree or other for the sake of markets. And I hear libertarians say, oh, there would never be a monopoly if it wasn't for the government. Bullshit. Right? The government the capitalists beg the government to step in and prevent monopolies just so they can keep making profits. So, free market stuff is just so wrong, but it's what people want to hear. They want to hear it. First of all, individual capitalists want to hear it because they don't want to be regulated. Second of all, the commies were our enemies. The communists are the enemies. So that made it patriotic. The junk economics that we believe in America right now, I mean, it is really tough. The idea that government can't do anything, that the magical free market just fixes everything. I mean, the overwhelming majority of academic economists can rip that stuff to shreds. But there are so many people who they took Econ 101, they learned about voting with your dollars, and they think that that's somehow revolutionary, and that by understanding Econ 101 and that, consumers vote with their dollars, the free market is magic and can solve everything. And that's going to be the death of us. That's going to be the death of us. And we need a government of action that will fight for working families. And our job, we have to show the American people that this is the answer, right? And it's not a government to impose degrowth and prevent action, which is what we have right now. And it's not free market. We need a government of action to fight for working families. And that's the logical conclusion of what's starting right now with Trump. It's going to be a long time, and it's going to take a while, but eventually the people who are voting for Trump right now are going to come to the conclusion that that's what they need. And they're not going to join the woke left, because the woke left doesn't want living standards to rise. It wants a government that'll restrain things. And right now, most of the people that believe in economic growth are aligned with Trump because they buy into this free market stuff. But if you really want America to have a strong economy, if you want living standards to rise, the only real answer is we need a government of action to fight for working families. That's the only way it's going to happen. That's the only way our economy is really going to start growing again. And that's what they have in the anti-imperialist countries. We need a government of action to fight for working families. All right. Thank you for the super chat. I appreciate it. Much appreciated. Your thoughts on Third World War? What's the solution? Well, if World War III comes, we can, kiss humanity goodbye. We need to do everything we can to prevent World War III. It is in the overwhelming majority of humanity's interests to not have World War III. The American people overwhelmingly do not want World War III. However, it's the only way the Atlanticist, globalist, imperialist system can stay intact. They are determined to stay at the top of the hill. And the only way they can really do that is beating down and destroying the new economy that's rising around the world. So they're edging us closer and closer to World War III because it's all they can do. That's the only end game where they stay at the top of the pyramid. The only way they stay at the top is they just completely demolish Russia and China and Iran and Venezuela and all those countries. That's the only way they can stay at the top. Well, they don't need to be at the top. We need a multipolar world. The multipolar world is coming. It's inevitable. And the only way to prevent that would be a catastrophic war that would destroy humanity. We have to stand against that war. We have to loudly say we will not accept that war. That simple. I mean, we can't allow World War III to happen. And most of America doesn't want World War III. Most of the world doesn't want World War III. The only people that really want World War III are the globalist imperialists, the ultra monopolies, the big bankers that sit at the top. Well, we got to stand up against them. We need to build a movement. Put Scott Ritter in charge of arms control. Scott Ritter is awesome. He's an amazing person who I have had the honor of interacting with. He has spoken at multiple CPI events and conferences. He was in Florida supporting the Uhuru, got to hang out with him afterwards at the mall and talk politics. Scott's a great human being, and he's suffered a lot. My God, what they've done to Scott. Wow. I mean, look at what they've done to Scott. Look at the details of how they framed him up. And I mean, it's awful what they've done to him. And Scott's a great human being. He's a great person. He loves his wife. He loves his family, and he stands for truth. He knows how ugly and evil war is, and he knows how dangerous nuclear war is. He's a hero. Scott is a hero. He's a great man. I'm really glad we've been able to give him a platform, especially when he's been denied a platform in other places. Scott is a great person. I admire Scott Ritter. I stand with Scott Ritter. All right. Thanks again for the super chat. You're being very generous tonight, and I do appreciate it. I do need more super chats, because I do this channel a lot, and for a while people gave a lot of super chats and asked me good questions, but lately it's been harder to do that. But tonight people are stepping up, and look, it's been it's 3 hours and 17 minutes. That's what happens. You ask me good questions, you get me talking, we can have a nice long chat. So thank you. Ontological difference. Ontological difference. Heidegger. The ontological difference is a distinction between being and beings, the central theme in the philosophy of Martin Heidegger. Heidegger believed that ontological difference was a fundamental and that the ontological inquiry was necessary to understand the basis of the sciences. He developed the concept of fundamental ontology from this distinction. Okay. Never been into Heidegger. Really haven't. It's funny because Heidegger was very much a far-right person, very much an influence on the Nazis. But the postmodern people, the woke people, love Heidegger. Now, Dugin also likes Heidegger. I've never been into Heidegger. I do appreciate Julius Evola's writings. I don't agree with him, but I think he's interesting. And his conservative critique of capitalism in the West is very interesting. So Evola is a reactionary that I can study and learn something from, even though I don't agree with him. But I don't find Martin Heidegger's work to be at all inspiring. I mean, it just seems like a bunch of crap to me. Just seems like a bunch of weird postmodern existential. I just, the Heidegger thing doesn't speak to me. I'll just be honest. It speaks to the new left like crazy, and they're the ones who are always calling people Nazis. But Heidegger I've never gotten into, right? But Evola, I've read Evola. I've learned from Evola. I don't agree with Evola necessarily, but kind of like what I was telling you all before about filialness, right? That's something that comes across in Evolia's work when he writes about the organic state, right? Like, he gets it. There is an element of, when you talk about conservatism, there's a reason that people are conservative. It's not because they're stupid, right? It's because relationships are important, and modernity rips apart relationships, etc. And so it's like, Evola is like the walking incarnation of conservatism, so much that he's against capitalism, right? And he was a fascist. He was made famous by Mussolini's government. And, he had criticisms of fascism, but he was in every way a collaborator, and he was a product. His popularity was created by Italian fascism. He was that in a lot of ways. I've read Evola, and I've learned a lot from Evola, even though I don't agree with him. One of the things about Evola is a degrowther, right? I vehemently disagree with what he wrote about the demonic nature of the economy. I vehemently disagree with that. But that is what the woke people believe, right? Julius Evola, he tells this story, which I don't even think is true, because he doesn't say what country is it in. He doesn't cite it. He just tells this story. And this story he tells, it's a noble savage's story. And it's actually, it's interesting because a lot of like the new left, they think the Dalai Lama's kingdom in Tibet was amazing. They think like ancient India was amazing. And he tells this story. He doesn't even say what country it's in. And he tells this story that there was a European capitalist who set up a factory in some Eastern country, in an Asian country. And, he wanted the people in the factory to work harder. So he had the idea that he would double their salaries. So he doubled the pay of every worker in the factory. And so then after he did that, all the workers came to him and they said, we're only available to work half as many hours. And that story is supposed to tell you that, see, they don't want more than they already have. And that's what's so amazing about those primitive, beautiful Eastern people. They don't believe in growth. They don't want more. I don't believe that story is true. Why is there no country cited? It's bullshit. Human beings naturally want more than they already have. People in the developing world, I call fake news also. And it is this like racist. And if you read what he wrote in Man Among Ruins about the demonic nature of this economy, it's like everything should just be in balance. People shouldn't want more. And it's just so beautiful. And that's bullshit. And it's racist. I don't think people in Asia, go to Japan, people work harder than anybody else. China, they believe in growth like it. I don't buy it. I don't think that's reality. And it's like a glorification of pre-capitalism. It's like feudalism was perfect because everyone knew their place and everything's in balance. And that comes across in Evola. And that's bullshit. And that's what the woke left believes. That's what the degrowth people believe. There's enough. You can have enough, right? And the problem with capitalism is everyone wants more all the time. No, the problem with capitalism is you can't have more because the more you create, the poorer everybody gets. That's the problem. That's what I was spending the whole first section of this live stream explaining to you. So there you go. Yes, the new left are pretty fashy. But there you go. I agree that God is not all powerful. My question is, why do you believe in evolution, which makes the problem of evil so much worse? Gavin, you know that I am at the point where I don't really care. I'm not at one point in my life, I was brought up to be a vehement defender of Darwinian evolution because I lived in a small town where they still taught creationism in the school. I was one of the only kids at my school who believed in Darwin's theory of evolution. My identity from the time I was brought up with a father who was a biologist, with a mother who had a master's degree in library science, was that we're different because we accept Darwinian evolution, and that, that's part of our unique identity. And fundamentalism is I don't care anymore. And honestly, I think a lot of some of the ideas that I've really struggled to unlearn in adulthood are rooted in Darwinian and Malthusian assumptions, right? I think, Darwin was a Malthusian. And I was also, I'll be honest, Malthusianism was just assumed in my household when I was growing up. There are too many people in the world, overpopulation, it's bad for the environment. I never questioned that. That was never, it was just assumed to be reality. And that's what Darwin believed, and that's wrong. And Marx vehemently disagreed with that. And I am anti-Malthusian now. So I am not, Gavin, I don't care, right? I don't care. I am not going to go to war for Darwinian evolution. I was on here earlier criticizing Darwin. I'm not a 6-day creationist, though, and that's a tough sell. And that is one logical fallacy that I would, when I was a kid, that was a part of my family's unique identity, is we believed in evolution. And I would frequently encounter kids that would be like, well, there's a gap in the fossil record, so you should just believe that the earth was created in 6 days. And it was just like, there were two alternatives: believe the Bible or believe in evolution. And if you believed in evolution, that meant that there was never any right and wrong, because then the Bible wasn't literally true. And so I grew up around fundamentalists who are not, you're a very bookish, educated person who takes your fundamentalist beliefs very seriously. The fundamentalists that I grew up around were not that, Gavin. The fundamentalists that I grew up around, they were not you. Let me just put it that way. And I could rant about, my 6th grade teacher, I remember, this is great. My 6th grade teacher, bless her heart, as they say. She's now a principal, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, or she was at one point a principal in my town. She taught us that that there's a very controversial theory called the Big Bang theory. And it's the belief that a meteorite hit the earth and killed the dinosaurs. That's what she taught us with a straight face. That was my 6th grade teacher. She taught a classroom full of people. She taught science. She taught us that there was this theory that a meteorite hit the earth and killed all the dinosaurs. And when the meteorite hit the earth, it made a big bang. She said this with a straight face, and she was a creationist, and it was just like, the quality of the education I got was very, very bad. And it was mixed in with fundamentalism. Okay. My town was overwhelmingly fundamentalist. It was divided between Mennonites, people that were like old school, like Mennonite, apostolic, Church of the Brethren, and people that were going to like the modern mega church in my town. And so, and my family's unique identity was we believed in Darwinian evolution. That was like a big, we're different, we're special, we're smarter because we believe in Darwinian evolution, like most people in the world do. And so, and I am at the point where I spent most of my adult years, most of my adult years in communist groups and all of that. I am at the point where I have gotten to the point where I don't really feel that way any longer. All right. I've gotten to the point where I see, here's the thing. So overpopulation was just assumed. And when I was in the Maoist communist group I was in, they were really into being atheists, right? And they were all about being atheists. That was the first group I was in. Then I joined the Workers' World Party. And when I was in the Workers' World Party, every time I mentioned overpopulation, they would say to me, well, we don't believe in that. And I'd say, why? And they'd say, because it's racist. And I said, it's racist. And they would say, yeah, overpopulation means you want to kill non-white people because you never want to kill the people that are the same race as you, and it's racist. And I was just like, oh, okay. And I just kept believing in overpopulation, assuming it was good science, because no one, and that was the first time I ever heard any Marxist explain to me that overpopulation was not true. And it was just, it's racist. Well, actually, Karl Marx wrote an entire book explaining why overpopulation isn't real. And it's a really good book, and it's called Theories of Surplus Value. And you can read this book, and in this book, Karl Marx explains why overpopulation is bullshit, right? And it's really good, actually. And that's actually a really, really big part of Karl Marx's teaching, is that human labor creates all wealth, and that it is human labor that creates wealth, and that creates food, and that no, the population doesn't outstrip the food supply, and no, the economic crisis that led to the French Revolution was not caused by overpopulation. It was caused by the irrational restriction of feudalism. And Marx, you read Theories of Surplus Value, go read this. It's all about why there's no such thing as overpopulation and why overpopulation is bullshit. That is an essential part of Marxism. Marxists in America don't know that because they are too busy sucking the dick of the Malthusian woke left that does believe in it. Right? And it took me, I was in the Workers' World Party. Nobody told me about this book. Nobody taught me anything. All they ever said was overpopulation's racist. Sam Marcy, the founder of the Workers' World Party, he knew this, and he had studied this because he was born in Russia, and he'd been in the Communist Party, USA, during the William Z. Foster days, and he knew this, okay? But the boomers he recruited, they didn't know this, and they don't care about economics. They just want to be king of the protest cage. They don't care, right? Now, there was a very important Marxist in New York City during the 1960s named Lynn Marcus. And Lynn Marcus was a Marxist who knew all of this stuff and was really, really, really obsessed with it. He was really, really opposed to Malthusianism, probably because of the fact that he was a shoe salesman and he worked in the shoe sales and shoe advertising industry, which was very middle class, and he was friends with a lot of people that were in the John Birch Society, which was the McCarthyist group, right? An anti-communist group. And the John Birch Society believed that Malthusianism and Marxism were the same thing, right? The John Birch Society was also opposed to Malthusianism. It was a small business owners. Lyndon LaRouche, he was a shoe salesman, and his father had been a shoe salesman, and his father was a strong anti-communist Quaker. And Lyndon LaRouche, Lynn Marcus, he was somebody who was very smart and had studied Marxism, but through his job, he was hanging out with a lot of John Birch Society people, clearly. And the John Birch Society people, they hated the liberal establishment because it was Malthusian and because it promoted degrowth. They hated the Rockefellers and all of that. And they thought Malthusianism was Marxism. And Lyndon LaRouche knew that it wasn't. And so Lyndon LaRouche studied Marxism and wrote extensively about how Marx and Malthus didn't agree with each other. So Lyndon LaRouche, he was in the Socialist Workers' Party for a while, and then after a while, he started giving his own classes in New York City, and he had a group called the National Caucus of Labor Committees. And the National Caucus of Labor Committees, their defining belief was they were against any form of Malthusianism, right? And the New Left and the environmental movement embraced Malthusianism, and the Communist Party had the orientation that because the New Left was nicer to the Soviet Union than the conservatives were, to tail after the New Left. And all of them did. The Workers' World Party, all of them just tailed after the New Left. They followed the movement. Well, LaRouche was so embedded in this stuff, he was not going to join any movement that was Malthusian. So he became the enemy of the New Left, and he got into fistfights with the Communist Party, and eventually he was a Reagan supporter. And LaRoucheism is a whole new, and they started following Friedrich List and all of that. LaRoucheism is an interesting thing, but the foundation of Lynn Marcus and Lyndon LaRouche's teachings is this, that Marx was against Malthusianism. And it's funny, I see, it's amazing how many beliefs Workers' World and LaRouche have in common, but they hate each other so much. The difference is that Workers' World supported the New Left and wanted to recruit out of the New Left and wanted to push the New Left to be pro-Soviet. They wanted to be the pro-Soviet, pro-Chinese, pro-communist wing of the New Left. Lyndon LaRouche, decided that the New Left was the main danger. In the short term, Workers' World was right, and in the long term, Lynn Marcus was right. All right, Lynn Marcus was way ahead of his time, because at the time, Reagan and all of them were way more anti-Soviet, and the arms race was the immediate threat to the Soviet Union. In the long term, though, we now see the woke left is the main danger, and that wokeism is the main ideology of imperialism, and is completely cut ties. I mean, if you defend, Stalin, they call you a Nazi. They say you're the same as Hitler, right? So it took a long time for what Lynn Marcus saw to really come into reality. He was 20, 30 years ahead of his time, whereas the Workers' World Party, in the short term, they were right, but they knew better. Like, for example, and what you're saying is very true, Sam Marcy was not against nuclear power, and the Workers' World Party has bent over backwards to cover this up. Right? They do not want people to know this. But I know this for a fact because when I first moved to New York, the Fukushima nuclear accident happened. Right? That happened when I was first in New York City. And we had forums to discuss it. And people who knew Sam Marcy got up at the forums and said, Sam Marcy said we must never oppose nuclear power. There's even a pamphlet somewhere. I cannot find it. I don't remember what it was called, where the Workers' World Party says they're not opposed. It was printed in the 80s, where it says we are not opposed to nuclear power. We just don't trust capitalist corporations to run it. We're not opposed to GMOs. We just don't trust Monsanto. And they said you never take an anti-science position, right? You never take a position of opposing technological progress. There's nothing inherently wrong with nuclear power. That's what they said. They said that. They said that. Deirdre Griswold, who is the daughter of Vince Copeland, who was the leader of Workers' World Party, she was a vegetarian. She was very opposed to nuclear power, and she was a crazy environmentalist, and she got on an environmental kick. And she has done her best to just cover that up. But it is a fact. Sam Marcy always said, and it's funny because the Workers' World Party people joined the anti-nuclear protests. They marched against nuclear power. They marched against nuclear power plants and stuff in the 80s, but they always made the point, we oppose it under capitalism, and we don't trust capitalist corporations, and we oppose the American nuclear power industry because it's tied in with making nuclear weapons, but we're not opposed to nuclear power. Right? And that's what Lynn Marcus was a big defender of nuclear power. They both read the same Marx. Lynn Marcus and Sam Marcy both read this, and they knew, and they both opposed overpopulation, right? Sam Marcy would always say we must never believe in overpopulation. And I'm sure Sam Marcy could have explained to me this. However, his followers, they knew it was a rule. You should never believe in overpopulation, but all they knew how to say about it was, oh, it's racist, it's racist, it's racist. It's interesting. It's very, very interesting. Again, go and read Out of the Movement to the Masses. I have a chapter about Sam Marcy, and I have a chapter called Divisions in the Ruling Class that has a section in it called The Case of Lynn Marcus. This is all very, very interesting to me, right? Sam Marcy and Lynn Marcus were both right, even though they hated each other's guts, even though they got into fistfights with each other. I mean, I don't think they literally went out to fight each other. I think they had their boomers do it. They were both, greatest generation, World War II generation guys, but they both had boomers who followed them get into fistfights with each other. But in a way, they were both right. And they both said they're not against nuclear power. Right? They both were for nuclear power and knew that to be a Marxist, you had to believe in nuclear power. You couldn't be against it. They both did not believe in overpopulation, and they both knew that overpopulation was, nope, you can't believe that. And they both, they had basically the same foundation, economically speaking. I will say, and this is why I'm so thankful, again, God works in mysterious ways. I never would have come across this knowledge, but when the financial crisis happened in 2008, Fred Goldstein, who was not a nice person to me in a lot of ways, but Fred Goldstein, he wrote a book. Which I have here. Yeah, I'm just trying to. He wrote this book, and he went on a speaking tour to promote this book. And I sat in many classes with Fred Goldstein, and in those classes, he explained the problem of overproduction, the value crisis, the tendency of the falling rate of profit. And he also explained that the higher stage of communism is based on vast abundance. I did not understand that, right? But he explained that you cannot build an egalitarian society in poverty. And he explained that the higher stage of communism, a stateless classless world, is only possible with vast abundance, and that the whole point of socialism is to unleash the productive forces so we can have endless growth and have that ultimate stage. He explained all of that. Now that's Marxist economics, and Fred learned that from Sam Marcy. And then later I read this book, The Future is Up to Us by Nelson Peary. Well, it's around here somewhere. I have the Nelson Peary book, The Future is Up to Us, which makes the same point. And I read, the old economic texts, R. Palm Dutt, Fascism and Social Revolution, William Z. Foster. But this stuff is not out there anymore. It's funny. I started out this stream talking about how these ideas are not out there anymore, right? The idea that the problem with capitalism is that it holds back economic growth. Nobody talks about that anymore. The understanding that the higher stage of communism requires vast abundance, that's the basis of Deng Xiaoping theory. That is central to what the Chinese Communist Party believes, but communists in America don't think that anymore. It's interesting. There's a lot here, but yes, it's all very, very interesting. But I guess the point, Gavin, is that Malthusianism was hammered into my head as a child. And I don't believe in it. And I honestly believe that a lot of the difficulties I've had in life and a lot of my own spiritual journey has been rooted in Malthusian assumptions. Malthusianism is anti-human. It views human beings as the problem, right? That there's too many people and they consume too many resources, right? It basically, the term is non-productive consumers, but it's actually useless eaters, right? And that it believes that this earth cannot sustain people and that the population grows faster than the food supply. And it's wrong. Malthusian economics is wrong, right? And it takes with it a very, very negative feeling toward humanity. And if you have a Malthusian worldview, you can't believe in growth. And if you can't believe in growth, you can't love yourself and you can't be a productive human being, right? Right? You learned it from public television. Sure. Well, and I mean, until I was like 11 years old, all I was allowed to watch was public television. My parents didn't want me to see commercials because they thought that, and they were very strict. And so I watched nothing but public television. And, Malthusianism was hammered into my head as a kid. And it's wrong. And it's antisocial. You can't be a happy person and have healthy relationships. And you cannot live a productive life if you don't believe in growth and if you believe human beings are inherently bad, right? It is a misanthropic worldview, right? You can't be a misanthrope and be happy because human beings are social creatures and they need other people, right? So knowing that Darwin was a Malthusian, I will not go to war to defend Darwin. I won't do it. I will not, having lived the journey that I've lived, I'm only 37 years old. I just turned 37 a few days ago, like a week and a half ago, I turned 37. I cannot be like, woo, Darwin. I can't do that. I mean, he was a Malthusian. He was a racist. He didn't advocate social Darwinism necessarily. He didn't really write about, economic policy, but he lived in the British Empire and he believed in Malthusianism, which leads one to free trade, free market conclusions. I don't feel good about Darwin. I'll just be honest with you. I don't feel good about it. I don't, Gavin, though I'm telling you, I'm not going to de facto believe the earth is 6 days created. I'm not going to go back. I'm not going to de facto believe that. And I don't, and that's the problem. That is the fallacy that the people I grew up around believed, right? Oh, you either, if there's any problem with evolution, just de facto believe the Christian scripture. Well, maybe I should believe that we were created on the back of a turtle, like the indigenous people believed at one point. Maybe I should believe we were created by Zeus. Maybe I should believe that, maybe I should believe that we were, we had our minds altered by space aliens. There's a million other things you can believe, Gavin, right? Just because Darwin was wrong in some ways, you don't de facto believe in six-day creation, right? And that is a fallacy that the fundamentalist and evolution crowd, the fundamental creation people run, right? It's, this is the religion I grew up in. It says one thing, and there's a little problem in this other thing, so we should just go back to believing. No, that's not how reality works. And that I grew up around, and I don't like that, right? It's kind of like, well, capitalism is the greatest system that ever existed. And, there was a famine one time in China, so we should just believe in capitalism, right? We should just believe in capitalism because, there was a famine one time in China. See, there's a problem with communism, so we should de facto just believe in capitalism. See, right? It's like the thing that I already am kind of predisposed to believe is just kind of the default thing you're supposed to believe. And there's a problem with this other thing. So let's just go back and believe the default thing. I don't think that way. Right. And so, Gavin, I'm not going to die on a hill defending Darwin. I realize now how fucked up Darwin is in a lot of ways. And that how I think my own understanding of the world was flawed and limited, and my ability to have healthy, productive human relationships, my understanding of how the world worked was very flawed and limited because of the Darwinian and Malthusian, stuff that was pushed into my head as a child on public television, growing up and having my identity as like not a fundamentalist growing up in a little town. So I realize that. But that said, I don't de facto believe in six-day creation. And that's, you got to be careful with that. And, Gavin, you and I should just have a stream where we talk about this sometime, because I actually find you are fascinating to me. You're fascinating to me because you take this seriously, and I appreciate that about you. You believe this for a reason. You have studied this, and you take this seriously. And I think that is very, very admirable. It's very, very admirable because, there are so many people who take Gavin's position who don't. And that, if I had met people who took Gavin's position the way Gavin takes it, I probably would have never, thought. I mean, I grew up around people who would say, like their argument for why you had to believe in six-day creation is, well, if one section of the Bible is true, then all the other section, or if we say one section of the Bible is not true, well, then all the other sections might not be true too. And pretty soon there's no God. So you have to believe in it. I mean, that was their argument, right? It was very much this, and then they would say things like, it's a test. Evolution is a test. Right. Right. And I don't know. I don't know. It was just, you weren't arguing with people on an intellectual level. Someone once tried to argue with me that there was proof that Jesus existed, so therefore evolution couldn't be real. And I said, what does that have to do with anything? Well, there's actual historical evidence that Jesus as a person existed, so therefore the Bible must be true, so therefore evolution can't be true. It was like, these were the kind of arguments I would have with people, and it was frustrating. So Gavin, I respect you. I really do. And I don't feel militant about defending Charles Darwin. I just don't. But that said, I don't de facto think we should agree on six-day creation. Right. And that's where, anyway, I made my point. I've made my point. So, there we go. Next question. Don't the elites realize that World War III would mean suicide? Would they rather die than be part of the multipolar world? Isn't that absurd? It seems absurd to me. And I feel like on some level they don't want World War III to happen, but they're playing chicken. Right? If you've ever seen the movie Rebel Without a Cause, one of my favorite movies. In that movie, James Dean plays a juvenile delinquent, and the two of them play chicken, he and his friend, another juvenile delinquent, and they get cars and they drive towards the edge of a cliff. And they're driving towards the edge of a cliff at full speed, and the first guy who jumps out loses. It's called chicken. That's what the elites are doing. They want to get as much out of Russia and China as they can. They want to weaken and hurt Russia and China as much as possible. So they're driving towards the edge of the cliff, and they want to make Russia jump out first or China jump out first so they can go, ha ha, we won. And they don't get that, like, if they go over the cliff, everybody dies. It's the end of the human race. And that's actually one thing, there's a certain person, not going to say who, but, who really disagrees with that. They say nuclear war is not a danger. I think it really is. And if you listen to Scott, I mean, he's been there. He's been on the inside. And I think nuclear war is actually a danger. Yes, nuclear war could indeed happen. No, I don't think they have set up checks and balances to make sure it never happens. I think they very, very much are putting humanity at risk for their own ends. Again, it's a game of chicken. And I mean, it's like, how much humiliation and disrespect can we force Russia and China to endure before they retaliate in a way that forces us to retaliate and humanity ends? And it's a sick game. It's a sick game. It's almost like, imagine that somebody has a loaded gun. Somebody has a loaded gun, right? And somebody's got a loaded gun. And you walk up to them with a knife and you start cutting them with a knife and be like, hey, what are you going to do? Shoot me with your gun? Are you going to shoot me with your gun? Well, eventually they're going to, if you just continue cutting them with the knife and all they have is their gun, they're going to fight you off. They're going to push you off. But eventually, if they're feeling their life is in danger and you're attacking them with their gun, they're going to shoot their gun off. And then, sure, at that point, yeah, if they shoot your gun off at them, then you can shoot back at them, and then it's a shooting match and you both die. It's a very, very stupid thing to do, right? It's a very, very stupid thing to do, to walk up to somebody who has a loaded gun and start slicing them with a knife and taunt them and say, what are you going to do? Shoot your gun off? Yeah, they might do that. And you might feel self-righteous when they do that, and you might feel then justified to shoot them back, but then you've both got bullets in you and you're both dead, right? And that's how sick our leaders are. And it's not just their own lives they're playing with our lives as they do it, right? They don't want to give a chunk of the world. They want the world to stay centered around them. It's king of the mountain. They want to declare game over while they're at the top of the hill. Right? And that's what they want. They want to stay at the top of the hill, game over, because they're at the top of the hill. Well, I'm sorry, humanity is going to keep marching ahead. People are going to keep lifting out of poverty. And as a result of that, I'm sorry, it's just reality. We're going to have a multipolar world. There's not going to be one center. Humanity is not going to be centered around one mighty city in Wall Street in London. We're not going to have Wall Street in London stay at the center of the world economy. Humanity is going to keep marching forward. That's how these things work. And they just can't accept that. And so they just want to humiliate and attack and do everything they can to fight this off. But it's just a reality they're going to have to accept. They're just going to have to accept that we're going to have a multipolar world. Humanity is going to keep growing. We want more than we already have. Growth is the nature of life. It's the nature of humanity. And no, the world is not just going to stop so they can stay at the top. The reason they believe in Malthusianism and degrowth is because they want to stay at the top forever, because they'll lose their dominance and their monopolistic position if humanity continues to march forward. But humanity is going to continue to march forward. That's just the reality. So there we go. Folks, we have done almost 4 hours tonight. Good job asking questions and getting me talking. You guys did a great job. You got me asking questions. And all right, well, somebody sent a bunch of Rumble rants just now, so I can't leave just yet. Seamus Warren says, the very word communism is a trigger word in popular culture. The scary word communism raises red flags. I agree. David Graeber describes and contrasts what he calls mythic capital C communism with everyday small c communism. I don't like David Graeber at all. I'll just be honest with you. I never appreciated David Graeber's work. I really, really didn't. I don't consider, he's not anywhere. He's not doing what I do, right? He's all about degrowth. He's this anarchist. He was at Occupy Wall Street. I interacted with him at Occupy Wall Street. Michael Hudson and people like that are closer to where I'm at, but David Graeber and, oh God, he's not where I'm at. I found it easier to grasp Graeber's everyday communism as an expectation of mutual aid. No, wrong. No, Seamus, you're wrong. I mean, I'm sorry. I shouldn't be rude, Seamus, but this is anarchism, right? It's this like mutualism. People just no. The basis of communism is vast material abundance, Seamus. It's vast abundance. You can't have a stateless, classless world where people interact only voluntarily unless you have abundance, right? And the principle of cooperation. Yes, people have an inclination to be nice to each other. Yes, they have empathy, but no, as long as there's scarcity, there's going to be inequality, and inequality can only be enforced with a state. Everyday communism is not larger regulatory body, but a principle that exists. No, Seamus, I hear what you're saying, and I know about David Graeber, and David Graeber's work is wrong. I mean, David Graeber was the big guru of 1990s anarchism, and he was largely the guru of Occupy Wall Street, and he's a deep state, like George Soros guy, if there ever was one, by the way, too, right? I mean, he was very much, the color revolution industry and all of that. And, I really have very little use for David Graeber. I'll just be honest with you. I don't know that much about him. So I'm not saying he was a bad person, but his ideology, his beliefs, and the way he conducted himself at Occupy Wall Street and the way he directed Occupy Wall Street to have no demands. And and like what you're telling me there, this idea that we can, people just naturally will have stateless, classless communism because people like to be nice to each other. That's silliness. That's no, as long as there is scarcity to some degree or other, and there's going to be inequality. And the only way inequality can be enforced is with a state. The road to a stateless, classless world is with vast abundance. Right? In a world where there's so much, there's enough for everybody. Yeah. People can just do what they feel like doing and take what they need. In a world where no one has to work because technology is advanced to the point that there's no need to work. Yeah. There's no need for a state, right? But the basis of communism is abundance. Its right can never be higher than the existing structure of society, right? Right can never be higher than the existing structure of society. So what might be your nut? I'll give you this. You sent so many Rumble rants. I will give you this one. This wasn't a Rumble rant, but you deserve an answer. What is your nutshell response when people say communism is totalitarian? It's this, that freedom in any society is based on the level of development. No one talked about human rights anywhere in the world until like the 1400s, 1500s in Europe. Why? Were people just evil until then? No. It wasn't until the rise of the market that any notion of free speech or freedom of religion or freedom of assembly or freedom of the press could even be entertained. And that the road to creating a world of freedom is abundance. And that all the countries that have had communism so far have been countries that are underdeveloped, that are not even fully capitalist. They're kept in a state of semi-feudal poverty by imperialism. They can't even fully develop capitalism. So they have revolutions against imperialism so that they can industrialize, right? And that's basically, if you look at what all the communist countries have done, China, Russia, Venezuela, North Korea, these are feudal countries that were kept in poverty by imperialism, and they overthrew feudalism and they overthrew imperialism so they could start to industrialize. And when you're industrializing on the basis of a feudal economy, and you're just building the first power plants, and you're just paving the first roads, and you've had to have a huge military war in order to do that, you can't have the level of freedom that we have in the West. And that sucks. And that's bad. And it's not good. It's not a good thing at all. But it's based on the conditions that those countries have been in, right? It's that they are in a low state of development. They're in a state of war, fighting for their very existence, right? And so the military runs things, and they develop a very rigid authoritarian way of doing things so they can push forward and industrialize while they're surrounded and under attack. But as those countries industrialize, they become more free. There's a lot more freedom in China than there used to be. And I believe there will be more as they industrialize and develop and raise people up out of poverty. And that eventually I would like a world with total freedom, where people can just do what they feel like doing, but the road to that is abundance. And that if you want North Korea to have more freedom, if you want China or Cuba or Iran to have more freedom, trade with them, do business with them, lift the sanctions on them, end the military threats against them. And that is how these societies can become more prosperous as they're able to trade and develop more. And that is how they can become more free. The road to freedom is development, and freedom and economic development are closely tied together. Freedom is not an abstract principle. Human beings organize societies based on the level of development, and that the economic base, which is the mode of production, is tied in with the superstructure, which is what kind of state you have and how society is organized, what the ideology is, right? Base and superstructure. During hunter-gatherer civilization, we had primitive tribal communism. During, agricultural subsistence economics, we had feudalism and slavery. With the rise of industrialization, we had capitalism. And eventually, we will eventually reach, some kind of rationally organized higher stage that will have even more freedom. But right now, we're just seeing the very beginnings of that, with sections of the planet that have broken out of imperialist domination, and they're struggling, and they're surrounded, and they're cut off, and they're building, right? And that is why many of the communist societies that have existed have been very authoritarian. You'll notice, though, that throughout the third world, the non-communist societies are also very authoritarian because they're based on that level of development. So that is my answer, Seamus. I'm trying to think of a response that makes sense in less than 200 characters, the kind of response people can relate to. Okay, well, Seamus, I appreciate that. I want freedom. I believe in freedom. But I know freedom is tied in with abundance, and that as long as the productive forces are restrained by the irrationality of the market, we're never going to have the economic basis to experience real freedom, right? As long as we have profits in command of our economy, and the market is in command, and as long as technological advancement leads to greater poverty, and poverty is created by abundance, we're never going to have enough abundance to have total freedom in our society. And that's why we need a government of action to fight for working families. We need a government of action to fight for working families. We need a government of action to fight for working families. We need a government of action to fight for working families. We need a government of action to fight for working families. We need a government of action to fight for working families. All right. And on that note, I will end this stream. New upsurge in the struggle against U.S. imperialism is now emerging throughout the world. Ever since World War II, U.S. imperialism and its followers have been continuously launching wars of aggression. But the people of various countries have been continuously waging revolutionary wars to defeat their aggression. And while the danger of a new world war still exists, and the people of all countries must get prepared,
revolution is the main trend in the world today.